Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.
Beautiful morning. It is Saturday, 16 May 2026, 6 minutes past 8. Welcome to Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe. I'm Queen Chima. Let's see some of what the tabloids have carried. We'll take a look at Vanguard, APC tickets and government's aspirants at war over alleged imposition. We'll also take a look at Punch, where sadly there was a record of an attack or your state or your school attack. We'll also come back to the state and see this report where aspirants, the alleged disqualification of several aspirants that are reportedly loyal to the River State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, by the APC, screening committee has continued to generate reactions across the state. I mean, our reporters did get feeds from Rivers people. We'll take a look at all of that on Insight this morning. Do stay. Well, there. Good morning, Emmanuel in the Cree. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Queen. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning, Nigeria.
Absolutely. All right. Sadly, there was panic in Oyo State following a coordinated attack on 3 schools on Friday in Orire local government areas. Armed terrorists killed an assistant headmaster, abducted many pupils and teachers, and threw entire communities into chaos. The affected schools were Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Yawota Community Grammar School, Isiele, and LA Primary School, where residents described the attack as one of the most daring assaults in school communities in recent times, with gunmen reportedly operating in broad daylight and moving freely between locations without resistance. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of Friday, left parents, teachers, and residents in distress as security operatives launched a manhunt for the kidnappers. Eyewitnesses said the hoodlums stormed the communities around 9 a.m. shortly after pupils gathered for morning assembly and normal school activities resumed. Now, according to multiple residents, the assailants arrived on motorcycles and shot sporadically as they entered school premises and nearby areas. The attackers were said to have operated in coordinated manner, striking more than one school almost simultaneously. A resident explained that the schools were raided in quick succession, which forced pupils and teachers to flee into nearby bushes for safety. They came in large numbers on motorcycles and started shooting immediately. Everybody ran. They moved from one school to another within minutes, the source said. Now, the assistant headmaster of the early primary school, Joel Adesina, was killed during the incident. Witnesses said he was trying to escape through a window when he was shot dead. His death has since sparked grief within the education community in the area, with colleagues describing him as a dedicated and committed to his duties. In separate incident during the chaos, an Okada rider who unknowingly rode into the scene of the attack was also killed after he was caught in the crossfire. Another incident of attack, but this is just again targeted at school. And a few days ago we were talking about the education sector on security and you, right, on our evening show. We're talking about how education, poor education, has affected insecurity. And now this is a target on a school, and I can only imagine what child will want to go to school in that local government in Oyo State, Emmanuel Ndukwe.
Well, Queen, it is very pathetic, the kind of things we are seeing in this country via this insecurity. I really don't understand what government thinks is going on. Yes, truly, I want to believe that they are making strenuous effort to make sure that security is in place. But their actions are not enough, because you can't be having it everywhere, here and there. And especially people, because they have in mind that nothing could come to them in terms of interference and all that. That's why they move to school, where children, little children are studying. Tell me exactly what the children are going to. You see, fear will now seize that particular community. Mm-hmm. But every day we talk about it, and then I think some time ago, the National Security Advisor came out openly and said that they were doing well. A country that students are not sure being in school. You remember what happened in Kebbi State and all that. So this is one too many. I don't understand what this country we are doing in terms of security. And remember that it's not going to be, sometimes they'll tell you that security is everybody's business. We understand, because, sometimes you may go and make a report, and then that report will endanger you more than you had kept quiet. And that's the issue. But some people will not agree. But that's what I have seen. Those who volunteered as good citizens, went to police and all that, reported, and they were held down. Day after day, they will come and give report on what happened, this and that. Then you start thinking, would it not have been best for me if I had refrained from making that report? Now, federal government is doing whatever they may be doing. Because at least sometimes we hear that the military has dislodged these insurgents and all that from here. But what is going on that the insurgents are going almost around the nation? Because I don't think there's any region that they've not penetrated and are wreaking havoc on people, civilians for that matter. In a nation that maybe security is a priority, we won't be having this kind of thing. So it's quite pathetic. And I don't know if you say the government, like they said, the security operatives will be after them. Well, they've always been after them, and it keeps on repeating itself.
Yeah.
So what exactly are we going to say that government is doing along the line of stopping these insurgents?
At a time where Nigerians are highlighting the importance of education to solving security challenges, also we have the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. Nigeria has, I think, about 20 million out-of-school children. And then this intentional or targeted attacks on schools. So the government, even the concern by the people that the government is not paying a lot of attention to education. So if our education continues to deteriorate, Emmanuel Ndike, what's the hope? Because I said, if I wonder what child would want to go back to that school in Oyo State. Not this month, not next month, or what parent may want to send their child to that school. Because even if the government decides to put heavy security there, we don't know if parents will be able to trust that enough to send their wards or children to that school. So education may continue to deteriorate. It is. And if it continues, where are we headed as a country? As knowing that education is important to even helping in security, because the mind of people needs to be educated.
Well, Queen, you see, this is not a new project. I plainly call it a project because Nigerians have been embarking on efforts to make sure that education is positioned well. And that's why you have many schools, even though well, the government itself, I think the whole problem is that government should do more than it's doing. Because one thing that worries me, Queen, when you are talking about the deterioration in the education sector, I know that education is the bedrock of any society, any nation. And if Nigeria thinks that it should have its place among the Committee of Nations, it should step up in whatever will make education move seamlessly. Now, you see, for instance, in the power sector, we don't have light. Even if you do everything educationally and you don't have power, you also will not start on industrialization, which, of course, any nation requires. Now, government is keeping quiet, and the insurgents are running rife, metamorphosing from one form to another. I think they started with Boko Haram, and then we have bandits, we have insurgents in various ways. So the issue is, what are we going to do? And now that they are targeting children in schools, like you were rightly asking, parents will never, ever trust government. Even if they roll in maybe contingents of police officers and all that, what are they going to do? Or soldiers? Will they be able to do that across the nation? And is Nigeria so poor that it cannot provide security? The answer is no. Effectively, no. The issue is that if politicians will remove their garb of egocentrism and then focus on whatever will be altruistic to the nation, to the people they are leading, then you know that things will move better, not only in education, because everything has run to seed in this nation. Nothing is moving. Those in Aso Rock and everywhere will be telling you things are moving on straight. No, it's not. Because, Queen, a lot of people, especially when you move to the hinterland, you see hunger discussing with you, facing you, you see it live. Then this is something that is happening because nothing is moving in this nation. Now, take for instance, can government use its money and establish, since they want people to be go to the farm and all that, where are they going to the farm? You remember, I can't remember the year, that people went and then got loans from these, from government, of course, from the central bank. I can't remember what they call that. And then they went back. People in the north now, who provide the greatest part of food we consume in this nation. As they went, the bandits went there in their farms and collected the money. They didn't plant anything because they were lacking funds. How can government be keeping quiet for this? And it's moving. It's not it's moving. It's been happening on the educational front. Is it how Nigeria is going to continue? And are we going to get any benefit from this? So for me, I think they should do, because we can't say we won't talk again, because it's only a dead man that will not talk. And so long as we are alive, we'll keep on talking and hoping that government will react positively by deploying. It's not only political activities that should be consuming the funds in this country. Later on, you hear they borrow this, they borrow that, going to do this and that, you won't see anything. So what is going on? For me, I think we should leave it in their hands, because once you now take the staff of office, be ready also to do something commensurate with that staff.
All right. Ahead of today's commencement of primaries, beginning with the House of Representatives, the ruling All Progressives Congress APC is navigating one of its most turbulent internal moments ahead of the 2027 polls over selection of candidates. Now, aspirants are squaring up against governors over alleged imposition of consensus flag bearers. With governors backing a consensus arrangement for President Bola Tinubu's return ticket, aspirants across multiple states are resisting similar arrangements at the governorship and legislative levels. Now, the development forced the party's National Working Committee, NWC, to retreat from a blanket consensus push and dispatch materials for direct primaries. Against this volatile backdrop, National Chairman of the party, Professor Nentawa Yuwada, issued a pointed warning to all aspirants: conduct yourselves well or face suspension. The leadership of the party would not tolerate any act capable of disrupting the smooth conduct of the primaries, Yuwada said through his special advisor on media and information strategy, Abimbola Tuki. He warned any aspirant or supporter found instigating violence, sponsoring unrest, engaging in anti-party activities, or attempting to undermine the integrity of the process would face severe disciplinary measures, including immediate suspension from the party. Now, invoking what he described as the larger interest of party and nation, the chairman urged aspirants to display maturity and accept outcomes gracefully. In every democratic contest, only one person will eventually emerge victorious. What is important is the spirit with which the process is approached. I urge all aspirants to display maturity, patriotism, and good sportsmanship by embracing the outcome of the primaries in the overall interest of the party and our democracy, he said. Now, ahead of the primaries, the 31 APC governors have collectively endorsed a consensus arrangement for Tinubu's return as the party's presidential flag bearer. Chairman of the Progressives Governors Forum and Imo State Governor Senator Hupu Zodimma made a declaration in Abuja at the submission of the president's nomination and expression of interest forms. Well, on behalf of the governors elected on the platform of All Progressive Congress from 31 APC controlled states out of the 36 states in Nigeria, we believe it is going to be a consensus, he said, pledging that the governors would work assiduously to market the policies and successes recorded by the administration. But then we see, different states where there's this war, aspirant war over alleged imposition by governors, and it's been a concern. It's been highly talked about in the country, and I don't know if you think this poses trouble for the party APC, or it's not, or like the national chairman says, whatever happens, there's only one person who would come out victorious. So support the pressing. Oh, there should not be bickering. There should not be issues. Is this enough from a chairman? Saying this, does it look like he doesn't have an understanding of what's happening with these governors, these APC governors?
Queen, he understands. He understands exactly what is going in practical terms. But he'll come out and give that kind of rhetorics. It ends there. Is it not who you hold that you can now prosecute? You see, violence we talk about can not only be maybe physical. Sometimes through inducement, you create that kind of violence. Now, I don't think much has been done or has happened quite differently. I've not seen so, because it has been this way. A governor will look for a way to bring a successor. In River State where we live, because charity, they say, begins at home, although it shouldn't end there. And that is why we'll also delve into other places. You see, in River State, the former governor he told us some time ago that he was not going to bring a successor. But he later did, in the person of Sim Fobara. He brought her, rather him, and then this problem exploded, whatever may be the discord they have. And as it stands now, one is not sure or certain whether Fobara is coming for a second term or not. It has always been like that, whether they are using consensus, direct primaries, or what do they call the other one, whatever they call it. But the issue is, if politics, Nigerian brand, were anything to go by, one would have said that direct primaries will be the safest for anybody. But I tell you, in Nigeria, it's been bastardized because no formula they have come up with that has not been hijacked through corruption. And this year, whether, it's easier to say Bola Tinubu will come back as president through consensus. But at the state levels,
what's happening there?
I don't know. For me, Queen, I must tell you frankly, I think whatever may happen currently is what had been happening before. I cited an instance. This
not
of
new.
Fobara. This Fobara own didn't happen this year.
2023.
Thank you very much. And this is 2026. It's repeating itself, whether they come up with formula of direct primaries, consensus, or whatever. It's been like that. And once, the person that sits on that particular throne, the government house of any state, and he has the pulse of that particular state in his palm, he will do whatever to make sure that he brings a successor. And another person from outside cannot. Well, oftentimes they tell me that votes count, and I'm yet to see it. If you look at me, I'm not all that young. I'm yet to see it happen. Votes count. Does it count with the amount? Now, if the governors, for instance, have done whatever they did, let's even agree that they can't give everybody money. On the day you file out to go and vote, people that vote, will it be exactly as they voted? The answer is no. Because I have said, if Aso Rock or government house of any state wants any particular candidate, whether you vote that person or you don't vote that person is coming. He is going to be the governor.
But that's not election.
It's not election now. And that is why some people say that there's selection instead of election in Nigeria. Do you doubt that? Queen, you heard the stories of, let's say rumors. I didn't go out, but many friends of mine called me on that particular day and the days after and said, "Oga, what we have witnessed in this state is something that we are afraid. We can't, we are going to tear our vote, destroy our voters' card, and then we won't vote again." About the governorship, the presidential election in River State. A certain candidate was said to have emerged. And it was changed. If that is anything to go by, as election, the votes counted, I, in my life, the way I have made myself, the way I've chosen, the course I've chosen to work on is stating things the way they are. It might not be sweet to anybody who hears that or who listens to me, but practically that's what I do. And I am among those you cannot buy with money. No. If I die a queen, poor, will I be the first? Or will I be the last? So why will I come and then betray myself? No, I won't. If the APC is saying that what is going on is not, even President Tinubu has issued instruction. What is the instruction going to do? He has gone through consensus. Why didn't he also allow others to compete with him? If they are talking about democracy, that's where there could have been a little semblance of it. But no, APC agreed, consensus, and himself is happy. And so, what the father has done, the children are bound to copy.
So it started from the top.
Simple.
And it's
simple.
spread.
And so when he's issuing instruction in his own, was there any other? There wasn't any other, because he has kept quiet. For me, I think competition is the best way to bring out the best. But now he didn't allow it. As it were, those who have the inner eyes will tell you that what we are seeing is that people are coerced to vote President Tinubu in APC. And that's the consensus they've reached. Now, at the states, you want the governor not to bring somebody who will bring whoever that will come in and start probing him.
So the case of River State seems to take a unique turn, and the unique turn being, a peculiar situation because of what River State has been saddled with over the years. The political situation. Because the All Progressive Congress has released its final list of cleared and disqualified aspirants for the House of Representatives primary elections ahead of the 2027 general elections in the state. Now, according to a statement by the party's publicity secretary in the state, Chibuike Ikenga, the cleared aspirants will participate in the primary scheduled to hold today. Among those cleared are Martin Ameole, Felix Uche Nweke, Hart Vero Godwin, Tekena Thengodibaki, and others, many of whom are described as allies of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. While several aspirants reportedly linked to Governor Siminala Yufubara, including John Azubike Oba, Anderson Alison Ibiki, Awaji Nombek, Abirete, and Boma Goodhead were disqualified from the exercise. Now, we did hear some Rivers people react to the alleged disqualification of several aspirants reportedly loyal to the Rivers State Governor Siminala Yufubara by the All Progressives Congress APC screening committee. It's continuing to generate reactions across the state. Now, some residents spoke to Celestine Odinakachi, describing the outcome of the screening exercise as politically influenced. According to them, the development may be linked to the lingering political feud between Governor Fubara and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nsumiki. Meanwhile, other residents blamed the unfolding political tension on what they termed the governor's indecisive political strategy. I thought the governor... there was the debate of who's the leader of the APC in the state.
It's the governor now.
Okay.
Yes, the governor. You see, Queen, Rivers people...
In real terms or practical terms?
Of course, the governor is the head of any political party that he belongs. Of course, the leading political party in the state.
Okay.
The governor is the leader, for instance, in Rivers State, leader of APC. But the problem is, Rivers State, sometime when Rotimi Amechi was brought out for primaries and all, I think whether he went through primaries and was penciled down to become the governor. Chief Obasanjo came down here with all these their political issues and said that his candidature had K-leg. Whatever K-leg means, I don't know. But they removed Amechi and substituted Omehia. That dragged on until Amechi, through also others who helped him, became the governor through the Supreme Court. It was no longer the election here.
Yeah.
Now, see, Queen, when the president, Bola Tinubu, made express pronouncement that the governor was the head of the political head of every state. He said that the legislators should go to their governors, different governors, to receive approval or whatever, or to be shortlisted, whatever they call that. I may not be versed in their registers. Now, that's how they could come back. But in Rivers State, apologies to Chief Obasanjo, there was K-leg. He said the governor, he also told the same openly, that he was the leader and all that. But everything about APC and PDP are in the hands of the FCT minister. You have seen the K-leg. How can Fobara be? Is his own headship a ceremonial one? I don't know where that one is written in their law books. Now, he is a head, but everything is in the hands of FCT minister.
Who is not a member of the party.
He is not a member. That's what we've been hearing. But Queen, there's a way I think and look at issues. If you say that the FCT minister should head this and that, and then you are telling me the FCT minister himself and perhaps his supporters are telling me he's not a member of APC, it will be difficult. It might be true, but it will be difficult for me to believe because as I am, Queen, I cannot go and head APC because I'm not a politician. Even if I were a politician, but I have my different party, I cannot automatically turn to APC. I don't understand what these people are doing. And I think it's only children that they should be talking to who don't have the intellect to argue or to reason. Now, in terms of when it comes to legislators, you direct them to your governors. But he said everything about APC and PDP is in the hands of FCT minister. So, River State own is different. In different states, I'm not sure that is what is going on.
Yeah.
Who have ministers. So, whatever a state allows will happen to it.
The governor said he's still a member of the APC. I mean, when the conversion of the psychiatric hospital, where in that's really where that's skipping my mind to General Hospital, he did highlight that I'm still a member of the APC. These rumors are not, ignore the rumors. Then I don't know if this sort of mirrors, because people are still asking questions. I mean, governorship primaries, does this mirror the House of Representatives primaries now? Does it mirror what would happen exactly in the governorship primaries? Because people have been saying, some people say we want the governor back. We want the governor back. Would that be feasible with what we have seen play out with the House of Representatives?
You see, Queen, if, for instance, I am told to go from Today FM, and you and perhaps other staff say, no, we want Emmanuel Ndukwe back. We want Emmanuel Ndukwe back. Will it make me come back unless management listens?
Management has to listen.
Simple. That's exactly. We want a governor to come back. We want the governor to come back. Those things are passive actions. They are not active action. And the governor, if they pencil him out to go, will go. That is the issue. See, and also, I cannot blame them when the governor and the FCT minister seem to have settled. I made a pronouncement right here that since we do not know the content of whatever peace pact they have, it will be practically difficult for us to know how to talk and to the governor and to the FCT minister. And they that know what they promised and all that. And then we heard in recent times that the FCT minister was saying that the governor was not complying fully to the terms of the agreement. And what was it? That he was not going to come back for a second term. They said that's what he agreed between FCT minister and President Tinubu.
President.
Good. Even if he is what he agreed, you also heard that some people bought funds for him. The governor accepted, and so his interest is there. But the political machinery of following the agreement he has reached at the apex is that I won't run for a second term, if that's what he said. Emmanuel Ndukwe was not with them.
I mean, there's been a lot of things said that it's not in the public domain, just a number of speculations here and there.
Now,
and assumptions.
When you hide something from people,
Secret.
You create speculation.
Yeah. All right, let's get your thoughts from these stories that have been taking this morning. It's Insight on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The number to call is 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Welcome. Good morning.
Yeah. Hi, Queen Chima. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome.
Yes, Queen Chima. Queen, it is important we understand that this is dynamic. And then firstly, I must say that there is nowhere and when and time when the esteemed said he will not bring a successor. No time. There's no time. Now, Queen, let me say, the issue in River State politics and APC does not have to do with position that you are the governor, you must be the one to control. Let me see, I said it even national, that the governors, being the highest office holders in office in the state, are the leaders, but they don't control the party. Party is controlled by the executive national state working committee or national working committee. Then let me correct one thing you mentioned when you were explaining earlier on. To say alleged disqualification of loyalists of same. It is not alleged because that is a written brief from the publicity secretary of APC. So it's no longer alleged. It is pure disqualification.
He said the FCT minister never said he won't bring successor. Maybe I didn't put it correctly. He said he will not impose a successor.
Kubara is a loyalist of the FCT minister. He doesn't have his own loyalist.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. Yes, welcome.
Good morning, my brother.
Thank you, sir. My name is Sunday, calling from Stakot.
All right, go on, Sunday.
Sunday, you see what is happening in this river state?
Welcome, go on, please.
Thank you. What is happening in this river state till now? I feel that some of these small leaders, they don't have shame because they are teaching the younger ones the bad route to play in terms of governance or ruling, both in family to worldwide. I'm very ashamed of myself for this particular state I just come from. It's very bad. Is it their personal company or what? They don't allow us to be this thing now.
Welcome to Today FM. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, Queen Chim and Chief Ndupe.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Reginald. I'm calling from Chekoche.
All right, please go on.
Let me look about the issue of insecurity and the kidnap of children in the school. It has been happening before now, and I don't think if there will be a solution to it. Looking at the Nigerian system of handling issue of insecurity and security issues, I want to ask those of you in the media. Some time ago, we heard that U.S. military arrived in Nigeria to help us fight this issue of insecurity. Are they still in this country? If they are still in this country, then what is that is on that side? Of and political issues.
It's difficult getting your thoughts. Please call again. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
It's Harvest on the line.
Go on, please.
Manuel Duque, good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
You see this matter of politics in the River State, where the FCT minister is controlling every activity and this in the state. It's like when they will do it to other administration, I hope they will not support those people that are supporting illegality, because this is illegality towards the governor. That the governor will only be a ceremonial head of a political party, this party in the state. But when it comes to national and other activity that is going on, they will not have control over it. And they will say, because the same thing as you narrated Dr. Emmanuel Indukwe, as you narrated K-leg in this state before. And this one is another second K-leg that they are bringing in the state, which is very, very bad. This is the second K-leg that they are bringing in this state, and we are looking at them, we are watching at them. Those people that are political guru coming up, they are watching at them, and this thing will also continue. So I do not like it, and if they not correct it now, the children coming up will also do the same thing to others. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
It's Honorable Christian.
Please go on.
We are here to say the way it is or the truth, I still echo it back. The worst thing that can happen to any family is for you to have a greedy uncle. Any family that have greedy uncle, that family can never progress. And the goats that eating the children are looking. You see what is going on? I'm telling you people, this kind of thing cannot happen in my family. It can't happen. Even though you're my senior brother. Even though you're my senior, you can't happen. Let's look at what is going on in River State and see how our youth are learning. The same way somebody has what they have the right to participate in the election.
Can you speak up, please?
I said I would like to go and mark to enlighten me in some kind of this issue I want to say now. I asked this question that is it constitutional?
Alright, your call dropped and your voice was really, really low. I hope that you can speak up when you call back again. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning, Queen.
Good morning.
Good morning, okay, man.
My brother.
Yes, Austin calling you from my boy.
Please
let me remind the special Douglas that what Ogema said is true. When Obaseki was having problem with Adam Soshomole, yes, so we went to Edo State, which I came from. That was where he made that comment that there is nothing like God for that reason, that no governor has a right to oppose governor on anybody. He said so in Edo State. Special Douglas, go and check and confirm. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to look at the things that are happening in River State today and point it to our former governor, Barrister Yusuf Wike. I want to ask, I think he had children. And I'm hearing that one of his sons wants to come out for politics. I may but ask, is this how the son will, is this the line and the lineage, the line the father is following, is this same line the son will follow? Look at what is happening in that state. All brother because of one man. There are two ways of being godfatherism. You be a godfatherism in a good way, and you can do it in a bad way. You be a godfather in a good way in the sense that when the person, your son comes to you, you reverence you, and even other person reverence you. But is it the bad way that they will be complaining? Now let's come to River.
Integrity. As they used to call it to, that you definitely will throw it away to the garbage, which states that where that does not bring successor. The same person that told us he will never, the same person that told us when the case of Ambode came, the same person went to Lagos, begged as governor to and tell Ambode to resist his godfather. The same person. The same person told us basically resist it. Videos are everywhere. People will say it is not, it didn't say so. To annoy other listeners. Let him become the God.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, I call back.
Please go on.
Please, like I was saying before, I want Oga Emma to enlighten me concerning this issue that President give directive for governor how to go about selection of primary election in their state. Is it right or is it constitutional? Can a governor or anybody who are not in politics want to go in politics cannot go the way he wants to go without the directive of the president? Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning, please.
Welcome.
Mr.
Good morning.
Kuri is my name.
Go on, please.
Yes, my sister, I am just after the security in the country, where at the end of the day, we have a leader, we have House of Assembly, we have senators, that at the end of the day, they should have protected this country. But what I'm talking about, in Borno State, in fact, a video showed by Boko Haram that 416 people were kidnapped under their custody. And at the end of the day, 4 were killed. Live were killed. And at the end of that, I start to wonder myself. There's no up to now raised state of emergency of 416 people were kidnapped under the custody of the bandits. And we saw it because of our selfishness. No governor resigned, no senator resigned in that very particular state. Not quite in our own state, in River State here. What we are seeing is a state of emergency of people who said they are the owner of the state. I am referring that when Marshal Harry was alive, Obiwale was alive, these are people who have politics in River State here. At the end of the day, play politics that everybody will know, they feel the impact that yet actually we are enjoying. Today we are talking about one particular tribe, that is the Kwele tribe, that they say they are the owner of the River State. One day will be another people. But I'm happy that today we are having other parties. Other parties are there to see that at the end of the day, we should take over from the PDP and APC that have suffered River State to this level of poverty.
All
Thank you very much. Could my name, please?
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. God bless you, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
We have five people like you in our family in the whole country. This country will be better. My name is Ernest. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt. The situation in River State is so stable. Huh?
Go on, we can hear you, please.
The situation in River State is so stable. Because when I was growing up, my father taught me to be truthful and say things the way it is. We were cautioned not to be lied, to be respectful. Even God that created us and give us life in every second of our life, He still allow us to choose who to serve. Man is a very moral agent. I'm wondering if you support me to go and marry, if you follow me to go and marry wife. So when we come back, you tell me when to sleep with my wife. You tell me when to touch my wife. Because you follow me go marry wife. I don't want to talk about it, that's so shameless. But the situation of security in Nigeria, imagine children, oh my goodness, children in the school, children. That if I want to cross the road and I see a child, I will stop with that child and cross the road with that child. I don't know where that child is coming from and where the child is going. I can't pass that child. But somebody will go to school with a gun to shoot children. And our president is outside the country, telling the whole world, putting for investors. I thank God for social media, because social media cannot lie. And when those investors is looking for over 16 years now, they are looking for investors. I've never seen anyone. If you've seen anyone, you are a journalist, please inform me. Because what I know is that the first investors in the nation is the farmers. When farmers cannot go to school, they are now in the outside country looking for investors.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Yeah, for me, the situation in the state is nothing to write home about this primary. Mind you, I'm listening to one of the demand that contest for state assembly. They are submitting form. He said it correctly now one of the political platform this morning. Now he said it that he spent over close to 8 million for state assembly. It's unfortunate. You cannot do that all over Nigeria. You are doing selective just to do primary. Not the main election. You don't want people to participate. You just want to impose your candidate. It doesn't govern with APC. Just the watch. 2 weeks to come, you will see them crashing. And this man is about to leave to another party. Very popular man in Ogoniland. So to me, it's not how they play politics. This Rainbow Coalition will crash Tinubu.
All right. Messages here. My clarion call on Rivers people this morning is to urge everyone to get their PVC, which is ongoing, because we can't afford to remain in captivity under one man. Let's vote out all so-called Rainbow Coalition candidates across board. Let's not allow them to bribe us with any amount, please. Let's stand tall against any form of godfatherism. God help us from the law. And greetings to you, Queen and Mr. Ndukwe. On the attack on the school in Oyo State, I like to ask, where is the Amotekun? If I got the word right, have they fizzled out like a steam from a boiling pot? Maybe the pot should be set back on the fireplace. As for the imposition of candidates in some states, it is the norm. Let the players and the umpires deal with it. Friday Olu from Port Harcourt. Good morning, Queen, and my brother Emmanuel Ndukwe. Honestly, the way and manner the FCT minister is turning things upside down in River State is regrettable. The minister should understand that what goes around comes around, and life is a boomerang. Thanks from ZJ and Nwadi KJP Agoni Chimbawan of Nkwere. All right, welcome to Today FM. We'll just take a call or two and wrap this up this morning. 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. Then you can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Joe.
Welcome, Engineer Joe.
I'm calling you from Port Harcourt here. Oga Emandukwe, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Yes. There is one statement he used to make, and I so much cherish it. You see, politics is not where they go and they praise God and they do church service and all that. Let me ask one salient question. How was our amiable governor thrown up in 2023? What process threw him up in 2023? Because most times I see people associating God with the ungodliness of Nigerian politics. And I begin to wonder, this is politics. Politics of survival. That's what is happening in Nigeria. Winner takes it all. Which process threw up our amiable governor in 2023? It's a process, shutting every person down. So why is anybody complaining now? As if Wike is a juju man, while our amiable governor is in God's kingdom. I don't understand. The same process too that brought him up is the same process they are using to bring another person up. So you should understand that you don't associate God with the ungodliness of Nigerian politics. All they do in Nigerian politics is pure ungodliness, and God cannot be associated with ungodliness. I keep saying it. Do they worship God there? So, and that's just the truth about it. The governor should face his problem and then find a way around to do what? To meander and get himself out of it. So it's not all about, the two camps are praying, both this side and this side, they are all praying. They go to church every day. But what they do behind, you and I don't even know what they are doing. So the only thing is there, open your mind, play the politics, anyhow you survive and grab the power. The ultimate thing in politics is what? To grab power. And that's what Wike is doing. But it's not survival. So that's my own opinion there.
All right. Let's wrap up with this one. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello.
Yes, morning. Good evening. Good morning.
This is Frank calling from Olurumibu.
Welcome, Frank.
Yes, I want to contribute on this Wike and Fubara Sofetin in River State. If I am urging River State, not much to blame Wiki, anything that Wiki is doing. Because Fubara himself knows how he came into politics and you know how he came into to become a governor of this state. And just like what people are saying about Wiki, this thing that is playing out in Rivers State is not playing out in any other states in this Nigeria. This is a man that told PDP that he's going to support any South presidency. South presidency. That is where all what is playing in the West State is being played. He said he's going to support any South presidency. He refused to support Atiku. And finally supported Tinubu as an APC man. And since then, people trusted him and been working with him. So he cannot be a man that had made Tinubu to become a president since 2023. Brought 2023. And it will say Singh will just come up tomorrow and take over the trend that brought him to power. So it cannot work now. It can't work.
It cannot work, you see. Emmanuel Nduke, I mean, quite some thoughts reacting to all of this. I think some people are the way they give their responses are very attacking. I mean, I don't think this happened. I don't think this person said this. When did the person say it? So that's a way to contribute in a civil manner instead of just raising, especially when you have not even got your facts.
You see, Queen, of course, some of us don't get so much peeved at people's opinions. However, before I say something, I must verify that thing I'm going to say is true. That's the advice given to us by God Almighty.
There was even a response by the governor, one BBC interview, with what happened in Edo State between what's this, the former Obaseki and Oshomole. I mean, the former governor granted a BBC interview where he condemned that and said that's not something that he does.
Good.
He said that.
Now, as you are saying this, if that guy heard it, he will come and tell you that he never said so. But let it be that it's in the character of politicians to be this in the morning, this in the afternoon, and that in the night.
All right, that's it on Insights this morning. Shortly on the Express Show, we'll be discussing the president's wife's visit and initiative to distribute food to vulnerable families. Let's talk about that and let's get your thoughts. It's still Today 95.1 FM. To stay with us. 1FM, Voice of the People. It's the Express Show, and we will be looking at, just an overview of it, get your reaction on it, and maybe the question should be what programs, the impact programs like this have on the lives of people or Nigerians, because every time we talk about food programs, palliatives, initiatives for vulnerable Nigerians, what's the other one now? Conditional cash transfer. You may want to question the impacts first. The drive, again, how many people are truly affected or truly benefit from programs like this? Now, there's been an initiative by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, leading to the National Community Food Bank Program. The initiative is tackled to malnutrition and severe food insecurity by establishing localized community food banks connected to primary health care centers. It's been running across states in the country. Started from some states in the north, and then we had the president's wife, Remi Tinubu, visit River State for that. Now, the core structure of this initiative is to target demographics that's focusing heavily on most at-risk groups, primarily children under 6 years old, pregnant women, lactating mothers, and vulnerable households. And the distribution system is food and essential nutrition that are distributed using a structured voucher system rather than unorganized mass handouts. And the implementation partners, you have it's run by the First Lady, of course, Remi Tinubu, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and the Bank of Agriculture. Now, the initial target, it was designed to initially reach 500,000 households across the nation in its first year, and over 65 billion naira was put into its kickoff, with the contributions from the federal government. The Nigeria Governors Forum gave about 17 billion, 5-year 20 billion commitment from the Aliko Dangote Foundation, and a 10 billion commitment from NNPC Limited. Now, I did say that it started from the north. We've seen northern states outreach, distributed over 100 trucks of rice and 1.2 billion in cash to 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory. IDP and marginalized groups support, regular donations of assorted food items, and continuously distributed to internally displaced persons, IDPs, and persons with disabilities. Now, we've had some women back the president's wife, the First Lady. This was the flag off was like about 2 weeks ago when the whole drive started. Well, rolling out in the northeast, rolling out in the southeast and other regions of the country. Now, the initiative came to River State, and where represented people representing or who represented the First Lady were 14 governors, and then you also had a former humanitarian minister. I'm talking about Betta Edu. Wives of 14 governors across the country and other dignitaries have converged on the River State Government House in Port Harcourt for a food distribution program targeted at vulnerable families across the state. Now, the outreach, which benefited about 1,800 households. 1,800 households. Remember that the initial target for this initiative was 500,000 households and families. Now, for River State, it benefited about 1,800 households. Also attracted the wife of the Chief of Staff to the President and several government officials. Now, we had the Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who was represented by former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, said that the initiative already being implemented in 25 states and the Federal Capital Territory before reaching River State. So River State being the 26th state. Now, she added that plans were underway to establish food banks in primary health care centers across local government areas to support pregnant women and nursing mothers. On her part, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Professor Ngozi Modu, who described the program as an important intervention for vulnerable residents. Take a listen to the Deputy Governor.
The Renewed Hope Initiative aligns strongly with the broader development priorities of His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara GSSRS. And such programs include education, healthcare, economic empowerment, social investment, and agriculture. These 5 pillars are not isolated. They are interconnected pathways to sustainable development.
And also speaking, wife of the River State Governor, Valerie Fubara, commended efforts aimed at supporting struggling families.
The State Office of the Renewed Hope Initiative has a register of over 5,000 beneficiaries of your laudable initiatives, excluding today's beneficiaries. Through educational support like the local and international scholarship RHI has funded in the agriculture and social investment front, the Renewed Hope Initiative has stood with the people of Rivers State via women empowerment programs.
As RHI, you heard the governor's wife refer to it as RHI, to Renewed Hope Initiative Food Outreach Program, spearheaded by the First Lady, like I said earlier, has been a nationwide social intervention to combat hunger and food insecurity. Combat hunger and food insecurity. Now, the River State outreach, about 1,800 families were reached and benefited from this, attended by 14 state governors, and River State became the 26th beneficiary of the scheme, following similar outreaches in 25 other states and the Federal Capital Territory. And just a number of questions to ask. I mean, one of it maybe being that how is this? Is this an intentional combating of intentional combating of food insecurity, hunger and food insecurity? Is this really an intentional one? Heavily invested in, we have the First Lady, the President's wife, spearheading this initiative. So, I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less in terms of support that she has got for this initiative. While some have put this alongside regular campaign initiatives that you have wives of political office holders engaging or start just a way to clamor for vote or campaign for their husbands. But the initiative puts forward strongly a way to help the vulnerable, a way to help pregnant women. Remember that they said that they would also be citing food banks at primary healthcare centers so that this can help pregnant women, help not just women, not just vulnerable households, but pregnant women at primary healthcare centers. I mean, you did listen to this even from yesterday up until this morning, that there was a retake, and I don't know how many questions are running through your head. This 1,800 households, what sort of relief have they got from hunger? What sort of relief have they got as vulnerable households? And is this good enough as a country? Well, while this collaborates with what the governor's initiative is, or the government stance, and also his plan for River State right from 2023, has this really helped vulnerable households in River State, or are there other core areas that government really truly needs to pay more attention to, rather than giving bailouts? That some people think these are bailouts, right? Why you would continually have people who are vulnerable in any nation at all in the world? Do you think that a lot has been done in investing into the economy, or aspects of the economy that should promote sufficiency for the Nigerian people. Then you come to River State and take a look at River State. Has enough been done to promote sufficiency or food sufficiency for Rivers people? So the handouts like this, well, why it happens will not be celebrated, whether you're calling them palliatives, you're calling them handouts or bailouts, or you're calling them efforts to support struggling families, this initiative for the vulnerable, whatever food is giving, items given. How long can this stay for, last for? So a man who would rather have setting this effort injected into the economy intentionally. I did mention the money is donated for this program alone. Food is an important aspect of survival, really, truly important. But you know that you cannot feed one person for a very long time. You do this for a month. I don't know how long these food banks will last. I mean, we'll review this in the coming months and ask you, in those primary healthcare centers, what does the food bank look like? How active is it? How are people benefiting from it? Because it should not be one loud initiative where, it said this will be done and that will be done. And at the end of the day, you can't even find any food bank in any primary healthcare center in River State. So what are your thoughts about this? I mean, the governor's wife did commend this. The governor himself, represented by the deputy governor, also commended this initiative and says it's just in sync really with the governor's plan for River State or initiative for River State. But what are your thoughts about this? Let's get it. Do you know anyone who benefited from this? 1,800 households in River State. That's maybe quite some number. Just a fraction, but I mean quite a number. 1,800 households benefited, this recorded. And do you know any family who benefited from this? What was the benefit like? What was given to the family or to those families that you know benefited from this? Now remember that it's targeted to vulnerable households, and it's a food distribution program. Launched, initiated by the wife of the president, Remi Tinubu. What are your thoughts about this initiative? Do you commend this? You think it's beautiful? Now, over 25 states have benefited. River State is the 26th state. It was flagged off from the northeast, started from there. Where you have a lot of studies shows that you have a lot of vulnerable households and spiked poverty, out of school children in their numbers. And so these handouts maybe works or maybe not. And how sustainable is this? Look at sustainability. Because it's a one-off thing. If you're doing a food program or food initiative, it's usually one-off and doesn't really solve the core needs of the people. And then you look at River State, right? Does it really truly solve the core needs of Rivers people? Extended to River State and, of course, every other state in the country, 26 states, I think they still have about 10 states to go around to carry out this initiative on. However, does this really represent the core needs of the people? These are one out of many questions that I've asked this morning on the Express Show. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good morning, Queen.
Good morning.
I am Kiamos for.
Please go on.
Yeah, I want. You said?
Yeah, go on. I can hear you.
All right. I want to commend the wife of the president. But let me make this straight. That what she's doing will never be enough. You know, in countries, developed countries, where inflation and unemployment is very low, we still have the vulnerable. The government of those developed countries still put in place social security net. And then talking of Nigeria, who is faced with this kind of inflation, who is faced with bad policies.
Okay.
And then you are coming up with things like this. It can never be enough. For me, I think the wife of the president should advise the president that the policies of the president is strangulating Nigerians.
All right then.
More and more people are going into poverty.
All right.
Queen, before I drop, please, let me just say this before I drop. Do you know that the Tinubu government is taxing the poor? They said they want to relieve the poor from taxation. But do you know that the Tinubu, this new tax law appears to be very beautiful? But I tell you, it has also added to our exchange rate. It has also added to the high.
All right. Price. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good morning, Queen.
Good morning.
This is Honorable Chris.
Please go on.
I hate what I don't like, which any way you want to understand it. And the hypocrites. See, the wife of the president, you are tagging people in Nigeria vulnerable. Who is not vulnerable? The kind of politics your husband are bringing, you people introduce because you're part of the. Is it not the same wife of president who told us that I beg we should vote for the husband, that the kind of money their family have, the husband have, that they are coming to bring it to help Nigerians? Is it not the same wife of president, the same mother now who is going around dishing out 2 naira food to as if we are his dog or we are we are animals every morning? At my age now, you go around in the morning, where you Babiala. Are we doing Babiala? Do we look like people that do Babiala? They ranka. Every morning we carry our plates, go and begging some people, I beg, give me gari, give me food. Are we not ashamed in this country that Mr. President's wife is going around, coming to River State to dash vulnerable people? What did he give to them? 2 Indomie, 2 eggs. Is it what is coming here to share? A whole president's wife. Oh, you people have produced vulnerable people in your country. You and your husband have put people in vulnerable. That the people cannot even feed their family. You and your husband now produce vulnerable people where you go and share them food. I pity Nigerians who will vote you people back again.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. Are you there? Hello. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Madiba once more.
All right, Madiba, go on, please.
I feel what happened the day before, was it the voice yesterday in River State? It's an insult to divert our attention of the issue of the moment, from the issue of the moment, talking about primaries and all that is supposed to be. Because just like your last caller said, what was the statistics? When did they carry out statistics here to know who are those that are vulnerable in River State? And the same person that was accused of embezzling billions has been brought back. You are jailing some persons because they don't support your government 75 years and all that. The same person that was accused of embezzling Nigerians' common resources brought back representing the president's wife. Child. It's well.
All right.
But I think it's real distraction for us and insulting. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, Lady Queen.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Regina, contradiction.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, President's wife coming to River State to mock the people of River State, calling the people vulnerable people. I mean, those people, instead of she telling us that she's coming to empower her fellow politicians, how many of the community people, how many of the people that come from rural areas that is benefiting from that their 1 kobo basis? Instead of making the society, making the economy okay for the people to benefit, do they not know? Are they not aware of the basic thing that they should do as a government people, that they should do for the people, that everybody will benefit? If you fix our economy and make everything very cheap for the people, the people not going to benefit, instead of you going to empower your fellow politicians in the name of coming to give vulnerable people food. If you give them today, what about tomorrow on? Are they not going to eat tomorrow? If you give them that one cup of rice and one indomie that you are giving them today, which one are they going to eat? Those people that you are.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes. I think is what has been happening in the country. They are not missing steps. They are following the past step. This is what politicians know how to do. And you can see the high caliber of people that follow the wife of the president to River State. The people that they not care about their people in their own state, they follow her to the woman. KS Center in Lumigo. I have been buying drugs at the health center. Now it's for pregnancy women. This initiative is all about. So, where is the money they are taking to help the vulnerable people and the pregnancy women? Because we are still buying drugs. We are still running everything with our money. I think it's tourism street we are doing. Politician. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a commercial now. When we get back, we'll continue taking your calls. It's still the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us.
Talk radio.
Waiting they create party for mouth. Waiting they cause belly to rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. So no, she does. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The wives of 14 governors across the country and other dignitaries have converged on River State Government House in Port Harcourt for a food distribution program targeted at vulnerable families across the state. The outreach, which benefited about 1,800 households, also attracted the wife of the Chief of Staff to the President and several government officials. Speaking at the event on behalf of the wife of the President, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs Betta Idu, said the initiative had already been implemented in 25 states and the Federal Capital Territory before reaching Rivers State. Now, she added that plans were underway to establish food banks in primary health care centers across local government areas to support pregnant women and nursing mothers. On her part, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Professor Ngozi Maudu, described the program as an important intervention for vulnerable residents. Also speaking, wife of the Rivers State Governor, Valerie Fubara, commended efforts aimed at supporting struggling families. Now, plans are on the way to establish food banks in primary health care centers. 1,800 vulnerable households benefited across the state. Rivers State is the 26th state after this initiative had stormed 25 other states, starting from the northeast. This was an initiative birthed by the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu. And the question is, how sustainable will this be? I mean, you're looking at the food banks, right? Is this just going to, is this something that's going to span across months, or just, is there a means for sustainability? And the question is, these handouts, these bailouts, these initiatives, especially when it comes to food, solving hunger and food insecurity, is an initiative like this one that truly solves the need of the Nigerian people or Rivers people? Because we're talking Rivers State now, then we can expand into other parts of the country. Does it truly solve the food insecurity problems that we have? Food insecurity, rather. Does it solve the hunger problems? Does it solve? Is this an intentionally targeted initiative to solving this problem, or it's just to ameliorate? I mean, it's like palliatives, it's like bailouts, it's like just for the moment, right? While governments across nations do things like this, I mean, there could be, remember the cash transfer, palliatives during COVID-19, palliatives during flood, and a number of times that these initiatives, especially that has to do with food programs, happen. I don't know if questions run through your head, questions like the sustainability, questions like because of the timeliness of this, or the time that this is happening. Some people are saying, well, this is just another campaign initiative, not intentionally targeted to helping vulnerable people in the country. Or are you looking at much more better initiatives? If you think this isn't good, maybe initiatives that would really empower the people. But then when we talk about empowerment, right, someone needs to eat first before you're empowered, right? But even with empowerment, we notice that some of these initiatives are loose when it comes to implementation and the effectiveness of it. Well, millions and billions of naira rolled out, but truly, can you measure the impact of this? I mean, these are some of the questions that I'm asking this morning on the Express Show. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning to you, my lady.
Good morning.
My name is The Real Gift.
Welcome, The Real Gift.
Thank you very much. See, whatever that needs 10 to fit, even when you give it 9 3/4, it will not fit. For me, if you ask the questions here, if you want to ask, if I want to tell you the questions that enter my head, this program not going to end now. Because you go turn debate between two of us. But the thing is this program, let me ask you a question, one question. Don't be offended, my lady. How many vulnerable Nigerians do you think can have access to the Rivers State Government House? Let's start from there. When we talk of real vulnerable Nigerians, and how many of us Nigerians are not vulnerable? It depends on which side of the divide you find yourself. For me, it's just a campaign strategy. And when you talk about empowering 1,000 each, and you make it loud, you cover it via the media, how many the rest of us, like Rivers persons or in Port Harcourt alone, the rest families, how many are there If you empower just 1,800 families, let's assume you are telling us the truth. So for me, it will not help. This food bank they are talking about, the health centers, have they equipped them with drugs enough before they talk of food banks? And so for me, they should use this money, gather it together, build mega farms in senatorial zones, get people employed. The people can feed themselves from what they get, from what they put into that place, and generating the economy also. So for me, I think that is a better option than this one, because when they chop finish today or that yesterday, when they go break, what did they go eat?
All right.
Thank you very much,
the real gift. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy weekend.
Happy weekend.
I think the name is Amity Prince. I come from Rainbow.
Please go on.
I think concerning this issue of vulnerable and what have you, this has been around for a very long time. Before I hear about to feed school students, free feeding for school children, I think this thing should be done in where they need to be put, not in government houses. If you go to some places, I'm sorry to mention places, but if you go to some places in the villages, I think you will really see people that are poor, not in a government house or in a city. And what makes people poor is because of the government fail to carry out their responsibility. They don't do what they're supposed to do. And how do you take them out of poverty? Not through a packet of Indomie or 1 cup of rice. It's through education. It's through health care. It's through providing job for their parents. So what they are doing now is a formality and a campaign strategy. Just like free feeding school program and the library I was hearing in Lagos. I don't know if the library has been commissioned. All is a political campaign strategy.
Right.
Why now? Why didn't he do it since where the government resumed? So it is a formality. It's not in the government house that they need the food.
All right.
They should take the food to where they need it.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That is just speaking.
Welcome. Kindly speak up.
Okay, quickly. The president's wife came to feed the most vulnerable in River State. Now, let me go. River State, we are more than 6 million. And it's coming to feed the most vulnerable 1,000 something. Now, compare the ratio. 6 million to 1,000 something. Does it really worth it? Secondly, how did they know the most vulnerable person? In Oleobiakpo here, by some villages, there are more than 1,000. They are like 10,000. If you go to that place, they are more vulnerable people, which are even more than 1,000. Then where did she get this statistics from? Come to see 1,000 something compared to River State. When we do something, let's do it with sincerity. Not because of politics come to let it be that I did this, then they will now use to campaign tomorrow that the president wife came to feed people in River State. The ratio of the people she fed to the people in River State. They say she and her husband say they have money. Why didn't they come and open company in River State and employ people so that those people can also take care of themselves, take care of their family, and also make an impact in the community that when it's coming close to election, she's coming to feed people. They say it's more vulnerable. How did she get there? How did she know the place? Which location? Which local government? Which place? Which community? I say he fed 1,000 people. Oh. No, wow.
1,800.
I think she's a woman of God. She should do what is right. Please. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. Can you hear me? All right, that call dropped. And 1,800 people out of the millions of Rivers people is a joke. They spent more on their logistics than what they gave. Gestures like this are an indictment on the government and solves nothing. No good infrastructure and data system to run a welfare system in Nigeria. Politicians will pocket those things. Are we still talking about the plans of the governor or president at this stage as though they are campaigning? Pity. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. Welcome to Today FM. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mike. I'm calling from Rumudala.
All right. Go on, please.
We are living in a country where the so-called vulnerable do not even know how vulnerable the elite are. And the elite themselves, they don't even know how vulnerable they are. And so in this country, we are caught up in that trauma. until the people know themselves, realize themselves that they are the government. And these are the periods, this election period, is when they should be holding their own and tell this how many are there. But when they come up because of how vulnerable they are, and they turn around to call other fellow human beings vulnerable, and because the vulnerable ones, the so-called vulnerable do not even understand the state they are, that they are even more in a better position than they did. So the system is so mixed up in a way that the so-called vulnerable, I don't even know how the people will, even the callers on the station, they still do not get it, that the people are the government and not this elite. And they call under and they give you names, and we keep seeing our fellow brothers. If we see our brothers as little, anybody that achieves a small position, we see a fellow brother as a minion. I don't understand. We should see even beings as equal. Both elite and the human, we are all human beings first before we are who we are. And then when we see ourselves as so little and we allow the vulnerable ones to call us vulnerable, when I hear this on radio, it makes me feel mad until the people understand who they are. And they will not get out of this way. And so let the elite understand that they are the vulnerable ones and not these innocent men that they have connived to pocket them into their space.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Today FM.
Queen, close
Yes.
to me here, people are living in Bacha House. None of them went to that government house. So which of the vulnerable people that Mr. President's wife are talking about, if we have most of sons and daughters of Rivers people that are living in Bacha House, by the way, are they supposed to live in Bacha House? So this kind of Nigerian government, I don't really know the reason why. Who put them into that poverty? If you are using vulnerable, people are confused. Poverty, say poverty. People that are poor. The way you are using this vulnerable, some people that are poor don't even know that you are talking about them. You announce that you are coming to visit vulnerable. Maybe the English or the grammar you use make them not to go, because the ones close to me here, I see that none of them went to the government house. Who are we allow you to cross the government house? You never even cross for 6th Avenue. They never even allowed to see poor people for 6th Avenue. Talk less of to see poor people in government house. It's government house that you want to entertain poor people. Nigerian government, we allow poor people to come to Rock. Use poor, not vulnerable. Vulnerable, if you're using vulnerable, many people don't know what is vulnerable unless they are with the dictionary there. People that are in abject poverty, that are living in Bacha House, none of them receive 1 naira from Mr. President. You and your husband put people in poverty. You still want bring food. You want that short food because we are dog, Abby. You don't see dog.
Welcome to Today FM. Turn down the volume on your listening
Hello, Queen.
device.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes. Happy weekend once more to you.
Happy
Queen,
weekend. Yes.
do you know when you are reading the news or the news was posted yesterday and you are reading it in the morning? I was so angry with my spirit. The fighting that happened in that visit. The wife of our governor here that have not had her voice in the past 1, 4, 5 months. I had her speak. That is one. And you can see how uncoordinated they are. The wife of the president who was supposed to be here did not come. But she understands that this is the state where we were cowed by her husband. Now, to worsen the leadership of that delegation, Better Edu, who was as a minister of humanitarian affairs, she is the one who represented for the president. Is that not shameful? A sacked minister represents the wife of the president in Rivers State that they conquered and declared state of emergency for no reason. And for them to come to laugh at us here that we are hungry. You come to distribute rice. Is that what we need? It's unfortunate. I am hungry, but I'm not hungry to that level that not speak the truth at my age. We will continue to talk. Thank you. Good morning. I remain Robin Maga, the farmer.
Good morning, Robin Maja. Greetings, Queen. The reason Nigerian authorities mess around with our emotions and get away with it is because they've seen us to be gullible, weak, helpless, and hopeless. By the way, when did the First Lady of Rivers State and the Deputy Governor align with the Renewed Hope Initiative? Was it at the point when the Governor moved over from the PDP to the APC? Queen, I have hundreds of vulnerable households, as they call them, with yawning and malnourished children in my neighborhood. Ironically, the 23 LGAs are singing praises to the RHI. It's a shame. Friday Olo from Uniport. All right, 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call this morning. 1,800 families across the state were impacted by this initiative. And there's also plans underway to establish food banks in primary health care centers. This one is still underway. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, quickly, those people singing the praise of the president's wife, if you look at them, in Rivers, they are now over more than 100%. Now, these are the people that are gaining from this APC regime. These are the people that came to make sure that through this thing the president wants to do, they will be able to see if they can buy the mind of people for the forthcoming election. Okay, when she feed them today, who will feed them tomorrow? Is it food that is our problem now? They should make the system work. She and her husband put the people in poverty, then so that when they are hungry, now come and give them food and say you are fed. They should stop pretending. River State, we are more than 6 million. They are feeding 1,800 people. And you are coming to tell the whole state. Don't you know, even the people we call vulnerable, the people, they will be angry with her. And now she could not come by herself. During the time of the state of emergency, she sent the wife to come and do something. She refused to come. Now she has sent another person. Now she refused to come. She's sending people. When they know that they are not living right, they will not come, because when they come, the people will be angry at them. Let's be truthful and straightforward.
All right then.
Let's be truthful and straightforward. Thank you.
All right. Well, the Renewed Hope Initiative Food Program, RHI, popularly known, is spearheaded by the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu as a nationwide social intervention to combat hunger and food insecurity. Now, Rivers State outreach, you had about 1,800 families reached, and was attended by 14 state governors, 26 states benefiting. It's a multi-billion naira component, this initiative, and so a number of states have been visited, and the northeast started from the northeast, 25 states, and then Rivers State. Welcome. All right, that call dropped. So some of you are saying that the monies for this food program, this Renewed Hope Initiative, food outreach, would have been put into other aspects of the economy. But maybe one of the considerations is that it would not start yielding immediate effect. So maybe let's just cushion the effect of the economy and see how many people can be giving food items across the 36 states. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening. Good morning, rather.
Good morning. I'm Comrade Kabari, calling from Baluku in Ghana.
Welcome, Comrade Kabari.
My sister, initiatives of this type or this kind are the means of which they use in looting the destiny of city Nigeria. Hope you know that. See, the problem I have today is not even with him. It's not even the president, neither his wife. It is the present governor of this state, whose wife here endorsed such initiatives and is telling us that maybe she wants us to believe that they are working. Maybe the governor failed because he does not stand the chance, or there is a perceived obstacle on his way, and that his wife doing this will pass a message to the Mr. President that, I don't know whether you understand. The thing here is this: Renew Initiative
or renew hope, whatever. What hope was there that they are not renewing? So what extent is the hope that they have renewed? You are talking about 1,078 families. Where? Are we kids? See, let me tell you, when the time comes, or as you approach 2027, let me tell you, Tinubu will leave office. The calculation of politics to damning Tinubu is over. It is only people here who believe that they want to worship humans. People who believe that Wike is an obstacle to them, Jonathan, from contending with present government, are the people who are believing and endorsing this renewed so-called hope. The calculation is over and Tinubu will fail. He will fail. If the part of the look at the work of the government, look at what he's doing. These are people that River State came in defense of. Sorry, 90 their name.
All right. Then.
Thank you.
All right. Do we take another call or just wrap this up? Let's see. All right. Well, let's see how many more states this Renewed Hope Initiative food outreach will get to. It's supposed to be, every state in the country distributing food items to vulnerable households, establishing food banks at primary healthcare centers for women, especially pregnant women, and this has been done for River State and the wrap, and then on to the next state until the 36 states of the federation is covered. Well, you've given your thought. We have seen how programs like this have played out in the country, and I think that's what is also particularly concerning for a number of Nigerians, is that sometimes it's just handouts, and the question is for how long? Maybe a day, 2, 3, and you go back to status quo. And so maybe there are more pressing matters, and if these matters are attended to, if River State's government understands the impact agriculture can have on the state, if it understands the impact electricity can have on the state, if the local government chairman understand what they can do at least for their people, if every leader or all leaders that we have, especially state leaders, the governor, the local government chairman, if they understand the impact that intentional leadership can have on the lives of the people, then maybe handouts like this will just be celebrated for celebratory sakes, or initiatives like this, as huge as it may be or not, will be celebrated as, okay, well, good one from the president's wife, but or maybe just one other initiative celebrated that way. 1,800, well, maybe laudable, maybe not, considering the population in the state, and then how many people are truly vulnerable, how many families are, what's the data, right? What is that data? So you know what quota has been covered or not. But thank you so much for your thoughts. It's been good hearing from you on the Express Show. 10 o'clock, the law today. We'll be talking about something important. Do stay with us and enjoy every bit of what we give you here on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Tell me what you again. I found the money and the girls on the fame. I know can't get to my peace of mind. Oh no. Tell me what you
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, that's a WhatsApp connection. Let's try cellular call and see if we can get through, if the network can be clearer. It's a virtual conversation. Sometimes these virtual conversations, we just get hit by network challenges. And let's see if cellular call would help instead. Can you hear me, LG Jamala? Okay, it's way better now. Cellular call it is. All right. I said earlier that we are. Give me a second. That we're looking at bail conditions in criminal cases. And the question is, should bail be considered a fundamental right for every accused person, or should the nature of the alleged crime determine whether an individual regains freedom before judgment? And we're joined by LG Jamala. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the law today.
Good morning, and good morning, Chief. Good morning, viewers.
All right. So let's start with the basics. What exactly is bail in law?
I think the commonest definition we can give or explain as to what bail is a temporary freedom given to someone who is suspected to have committed an offense and apprehended by the state. I think that is the lamest explanation one could give in the circumstance. And bail generally is an offshoot of the constitutional provisions as created in Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution. We talk about aspect of it talks about the freedom, right to life, right to human dignity, human person, right to personal liberty, and the rest, right to freedom of movement. So, in all these provisions, you see the human ordinary, and the most important is the section that talks about every accused is assumed innocent until proven or declared by the court otherwise.
Okay.
That is where the bail generally is required. Some persons have argued whether bail is as of right or bail is a pursuit. You go through it and have the court determine one way or the other. Why some are also of the view that bail is generally as of right, especially if you look at the constitutional provision that innocence of the right to freedom of movement, right to freedom of life. Then the one that talks about deeming innocent until it's proof. But in law, there is what we call bail. It's as of right, but according to it at the discretion of the judge.
Okay.
So if you say bail is your right, well, that right is at the discretionary of the court. Is that right absolute? No, it is not. Now, there are different types of bail that in our criminal jurisprudence we talk about administrative bail.
Okay.
Right, bail pending hearing. Here, bail pending appeal. Now, if you look at the administrative bail, we have some constitutional institutions who are saddled with the responsibilities of preventing crime from the society. Example of which is the EFCC, example of which is the police, example of which is the ICPC and other security-related agencies. Now, if you look, sometimes when an offense is alleged to have been committed, a complaint is made to either of these by, let's use the police in the circumstance. Someone accosted you and took away your properties while you were going to somewhere, and you were able to identify, or you were even unable to identify one of them, and you made a report to the police, and the police decided to investigate. Now, you that complained, laid the petition before the police. You are the complainant at the investigative stage. You are the complainant. And the person who, upon the investigation of the police, is arrested becomes the accused. But I think our Administrative Criminal Justice Act and Administrative Criminal Justice Law of River State has no particular accused to a defendant. So the person arrested becomes the defendant. Now, upon arrest, there are preliminary things that the people ought to do. And if they are the primary fact case at the point established against
LG Jamala, can you adjust from that position? The network seems to be disturbing. It's not steady.
Is it better now?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Okay. As I can hear you, the last point we were before, right, I know where you got me right. So if the police or the security agencies finds a prima facie case established against the defendant at the stage of the police, they will now refer the matter to court by bringing the necessary either charge or information. Now, if a charge is preferred against you, assuming at the magistrate court, you that complain the matter to the police is now called the nominal complainant.
Okay.
And the matter is now between the defendant and the state. Example, the Commissioner of Police versus XYZ. Now, at the police, if they investigate and they see that nothing so substantial enough to establish a prima facie case is before them or is laid before them, or their findings have not established anything to that effect, what they do, in line with the constitutional provision that every arrested person should be charged to court if the need be within 24 hours or at the maximum 48 hours.
Okay.
Then they will release you, they ought to release you on bail, subject to conditions as they may lay before you. And so if the police decide in granting you bail at that first instance, it is called administrative bail. Now, the police we are using here, we are using it to mean across all security agencies that enforces or prosecutes. So we can use the FCC, the ICPC, the NDLEA, the what's it called, these other civil defense. So when we refer to the police in the circumstance, we are making reference to all these, and it's applicable to all. So they grant you administrative bail.
Is the administrative bail what some people call police bail versus court bail?
That's what they refer to as police bail. It is called administrative bail.
Okay.
Now, when the person is charged to court and the person takes his plea, whether guilty, he pleads not guilty to that offense, the next thing that should come up immediately is the hearing of the bail application of the person, of the defendant. Now, while you have a right to rely on the provisions of law to apply for the bail, the judge will look in the circumstances whether or not the defendant should be admitted to bail. And there are so many factors that the court consider whether granting the defendant bail would be at the interest of the society. Because the interest of the defendant is a right to bring the application. But what the court considers is whether granting you bail will be at the interest of the society, vis-a-vis the constitutional provisions that exist that you should be granted bail. Because you should have, the law looks at a possible position that you should have unhindered access to materials to defend yourself.
These considerations that the judge makes, I mean, you just mentioned that there are a number of considerations and factors that affect that. Can public opinion influence the bail decisions, or is just solely a matter that the judge decides on?
It is public opinion can never sway a court to go into a direction
Okay.
the court is not minded to go through. Now, assuming the person is the first time offender,
Okay.
the person is not a threat to society.
Okay.
The person does not have the means to frustrate further investigation of the case.
Okay.
The court will not hesitate, especially if the offense for which you are charged are non-capital offenses. Now, it is when we get to capital offenses that the court becomes very, very cautious of releasing the persons unless the court is convinced, as if conviction that yes, the grounds upon which the application is made, there is merit in it. For all these minor offenses, the court will not hesitate in granting bail. But when it comes to capital offenses, bail becomes purely at the discretion of the court. All offenses are bailable, but they are subject to the discretionary powers of the court. And the court will look at the life, the history of the defendant, the person involved. Now, that is the first bail, the second bail application I told you. That is bail pending hearing.
Okay.
Now, the matter is concluded. The defendant is convicted. The defendant is not satisfied with the decision of the court of first instance, and he decides to appeal that judgment. While processing the appeal, the defendant is also permitted in law to file his own bail application at the Court of Appeal. That is the third one we mentioned and called bail pending appeal.
Okay.
And so, if the Court of Appeal also finds merit in your application, the Court of Appeal grants you bail pending when your appeal is heard.
Okay.
And so, same with going to the Court of Appeal, and so they are basically administrative bail, bail pending trial, bail pending appeal. Now, you can also secure the bail of the defendant by the enforcement of fundamental human rights. So I wouldn't want to call it the fourth type of bail. So you can also secure it by the enforcement of fundamental human rights. Sometimes in late December, early December, someone was arrested by the police. A group of persons, they were arrested by the police. We made all efforts to have them released by the police. They refused because the complainant seemed to have given them what to do. So acting on the instructions of the complainant, they refused to arraign these persons before the court. But what they do, after spending 4 days at the police station, they secured the magistrate remand order, which to us, we argued that that proceeding is not tenable in circumstance. So we approached the High Court for the enforcement of fundamental rights. There are necessary in summons, motion notice, and motion ex parte. And the court graciously looked at the application ex parte and granted it.
Okay.
And granted yes, and that the person be released immediately. In fact, the persons be brought to court.
Okay, so I mean, talking rights now, let's infuse fairness. And I don't know what the law or the law, right, says about fairness. But if you can argue right, and then you had a situation where the person was granted bail, is it fair to keep someone in custody? I mean, before conviction, it shouldn't that just be a different situation, or it's solely tied to some of the weighty matters that you mentioned, or the considerations of a court or the judge?
Please, can you just help me repeat that question?
I said you talked about rights, and I said maybe we should infuse fairness into that, because if you had a situation where you did present the fundamental rights of the defendant, and the person was granted bail by the court, I was asking if it's fair to keep someone in custody before conviction.
See, the right we talk about first, right to fair hearing, right to freedom of movement, right to life, whatever right you are relying on.
Yeah.
Those rights are not absolute.
Okay.
There are limitations. Now, a right to life is there, but if you commit an offense that says the law has prescribed that life, the consequences of that offense is that the life be taken away from you. Once the court pronounces you guilty and sentences you to death, that constitutional provisions of life, right to life, as seen in section 33, is taken away from you by the states.
Okay.
So now, the right to freedom of movement, the right to freedom of liberty, dignity of the human person and liberty, the right to freedom of expression, whatever, those rights are not absolute. Even the right to fair hearing. Now, if your bail application, if you are charged with a capital offense, and your bail application is refused by the court, let's take, for instance, the case of El-Rufai.
Yes.
El-Rufai, one of the courts in Kaduna, the bail application was refused on the grounds that he was a former governor, and therefore he will constitute a threat to further investigation of the case.
Because of wealth status?
Because of his status in the society.
Okay.
Strangely so, but that is the wisdom of the court. It's enough to deny him bail application. Though we differ but we can for now. That is the reason the court gave in refusing that application. Now, El-Rufai still comes from the custody of the state to the court.
Yeah.
That alone has not denied him fair hearing. That alone has not denied him access to materials to prosecute his own defense. He can only complain of fair hearing when, notwithstanding the fact that you are held within the confines of the state, the state authorities have also prevented your defense, your lawyer, because you have the right to hire an attorney of choice. And they have not allowed your team to get the necessary materials that will make you defend yourself fairly. Especially when those materials are to be solicited from within the custody of the state, or the defendant has been denied to see his attorneys, where he can give them some information with respect to the defense of that case. That is when you can talk about being denied fair hearing in the circumstances and undue influence by the state. But the fact that you have been denied bail, you appeal, same, denied, and that you're within the custody of the state, for every day you are brought to court, you are informed of what is to happen the next day. You see, you will observe proceedings, and you have no problem with it. That is not denial of any right.
Okay. So does bail protect the presumption of innocence, or how does it protect the presumption of innocence?
No. Bail generally is not to say that the person is, or the denial of bail is not to say the person is guilty as charged.
Okay.
The grant of bail is not to say the person is discharged and acquitted. It's a temporary relief given to you as provided by the Constitution in some sections of Chapter 4. Temporary relief given to you, continue with your life, because for now you are presumed innocent until the contrary is proved, or until the court so declares. So the grant of bail is not a presumption of innocence.
Okay.
The refusal of bail is not a presumption of guilt.
Okay. So, but are there cases where bail can be revoked even after it's been granted? And what could be the considerations for that?
There are several cases where bail have been revoked, even the administrative bail. Now, bail comes with some certain conditions.
Okay.
Except in some places where court will look at the status of the person involved and give him what they call self-recognizance. By virtue of your being maybe the senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the chief of a first-class chief of so and so community, you are a known person, you are this and that. The court considers your person to be of high moral standing and dignity and says, don't worry, you are hereby admitted to bail in self-recognizance. That suffices. Even the administrative bail. Are you the one involved? Yes, we know you. Oh, why? What happened? Okay. But there are bail conditions that comes with stringent conditions.
Okay.
Some, although the court have ruled that bail conditions need or ought not to be excessive, we see security agencies imposing excessive conditions on bail, and some persons find a way of meeting those conditions because they have what it takes. Now, if you are given a bail condition that for every week you have to report with a shorty, you have to report to the state police or the institution that arrested you once every week, and you failed after fulfilling the first 1 week, second week, maybe the third week you decided not to go without informing them of the reasons why you will not be able to attend that to meet that condition for that week.
Yeah.
You fail again the next week. It is enough justification to revoke that bail condition. Now, in criminal cases, the appearance of the defendant is mandatory.
Okay.
Unless you have proved to the court that, or you have elected in the circumstances to be tried in absentia. And so, when the court grants you bail, and with its own conditions, and you are able to satisfy the conditions, and then when it comes up for hearing, you fail to appear. Court for hearing again, the second you fail to, but court will grant what I want to call warrant for your immediate arrest and revoke the bail previously granted to you.
Okay.
Because you have shown the court in the circumstance that you are not a man of your word. You're not a man worthy of your own words or worthy to be granted bail because you stand to be a flight risk.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there are some words that are familiar with bail, and or you just mentioned one of them, which is the surety. Who truly is a surety, and what's the responsibility of a surety, or what responsibility does a surety have?
Now, a surety is very simple. One who identifies the defendant, one who stands in place of the defendant to tell the court that I was at all times make the attendance of the defendant possible in court.
Okay.
I stand to guarantee the court that whenever the defendant is needed, I will provide for him. And now, when they say the shorty shall enter a bond of such amount, you are putting yourself that peradventure I'm unable to present the defendant when the need arises. The bond for which I have entered shall be forfeited to the state.
Wow, that's a very delicate position for anyone to take.
Sometimes we see people coming to sign documents they know nothing about, only for the defendant to be released, and the defendant goes somewhere outside the jurisdiction of the court. Some will go outside them. Securing the attendance of the defendant for the continuation of that trial becomes a problem.
Yeah.
And they go after the shorty. Please, you said you signed that you will produce this man at all material time. Can you come and tell the court why you should not forfeit the bond that you have entered before this court? And so it becomes a problem to the shorty. So shorty generally is one who stands in place of the defendant to guarantee the court or the police, the EFCC as the case may be, that at all material times when the defendant is needed, he will make the defendant available to stand his trial.
Okay. LG Jamala, a lot of Nigerians have concerns with the bail system, right? Maybe for some people, the administrative bail, the one people call police bail. Do you think that the bail system in Nigeria is abused?
From practical experience, I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes, if you go to the police, if someone is arrested and it comes to the sense of having a bail, granting bail to the defendant, they'll ask you to pay XYZ amount, and you'll be wondering, why should I pay? Bail is ordinarily free. They said they leave you and go. Because for the love of the person that you have under confines, you will not want to just go, and you now decide to succumb to the ease of the society. XYZ amount, and you get a particular amount.
Okay.
Now, upon payment of that money, which they will never allow you to transfer, because you will have an evidence against them.
Yes.
They will never, and even if they allow you to transfer, they have a POS operator somewhere around them that you transfer the money to, go and withdraw it and bring it.
Yeah.
So no matter the excuse you bring, they will still tell you no. But that being said, the form you will be given thereafter is self-recognizance. So there is nowhere in the form stated that you paid any amount of money.
Wow.
Nowhere. Rather, they will tell you, see, this bail was granted to you free. It's there. Go and ask them for bail application form in any of the police. Nowhere is stated that you paid XYZ. So once you come back to tell a society that bail is not free, and the police asks you, wherever you go and they ask you for bail, the hierarchy of the police say, wherever you go and they ask you for money for bail, come and report. Where is your evidence? Where is your proof?
Are there ways that someone can escape this?
Let's go to the police. Let's go to the court also.
Okay.
Practical experience have shown that yes, the court will grant bail for you, but the officers of the courts makes the perfecting of that bail so
difficult,
so exorbitant. Yes, difficult for it becomes more easier to assess bail in the police than even accepting bail in the court, because they make, like most of the magistrate court, they said the conditions, permanent address of both the defendant and the shorty must be verified by the prosecutor and the registrar of court.
Okay.
And in this, because of these conditions, the registrars of court, the police who is attached to that court for, I'm talking about the lower court now, being magistrate court.
Okay.
The police prosecutor who is attached to that court seeks that opportunity to extort from the defendant, knowing fully well that the liberty of the defendant is lying at his hand, because it is the verification report that he submits that will make the magistrate to grant the release form. And so, yes, they have used the process in extorting defendant in the circumstances. But there are other cases where the process is as seamless. Once the court has granted you the application, you meet the necessary conditions placed for your release. You go your way. But this is Nigeria. Every system of Nigeria will find a way of having to generate wealth.
It's sad that you're putting in that angle, because I was going to ask you if you think reforms should be made, and how exactly can it be done? Can those reforms come to play in the administration of bail?
It's difficult to create reforms that the human factor, the Nigerian human factor, will not be involved.
Okay.
Whatever reforms that we create, the reforms that we have so far, how has it improved the society? It has not been able to impact on the society positively, because the Nigerian factor, these reforms, if they are to succeed, they are to be enforced by human beings, and these human beings are Nigerians. So they always have a way of circumvent. Let's take, for instance, go to register their national identity card, what they call NIN. And see from the gate of the environment, from the premises, you see someone who is starting money so that you can enter. The entrance difficult, so that you can pay money to enter. And now when you get to meet the persons who are employed to do that responsibility, they tell you there is no network. They tell you your BVN is not in line with what you are presenting here. and now they will tell you, but if you bring so amount, we're able to rectify it. How? How will you change? How are you going to change the information on the BVN to conform with what I have in what I'm presenting before you? How? So those are the ways Nigerians have to circumvent processes in order to make whatever office they hold and a wealth generating office. So in all aspects, yes, there are some reforms that can be made, but the first reform I will recommend is the Nigerian mindset. It's the morality that we use in doing our job.
Okay.
Just go to file application for a certified true copy of process of court, which ordinarily should be free. I applied one some few days ago, and I sent one of the intern in our office. Please go and liaise with the registrar to see how you can get the record of proceedings.
Yeah.
And the man gave the intern a very humongous amount.
Wow.
And I laughed. I said, okay, don't worry, I will go myself.
Yeah.
And so the essence of us to make reforms is to create a better procedure on way of doing things. But until we create the mindset, we recreate the mindset to accepting to do things positively without any form of gratification, then any policy we bring
will not work.
Subverted. It will not work. It will be subverted by the same person that you have placed in those offices to carry out those responsibilities.
So
the first reform we should be
So can we clearly state that there's no liberty with there's no liberty with our bail. They all clearly say we don't practice good bail systems in the country.
I will not say so.
Okay.
I will not say so because if you apply and bail is granted to you, that is a clear bringing to practical the black and white letters of the law into reality, bringing to reality. So I will not say your answer cannot be in the positive.
Okay.
Sorry, cannot be in the positive.
Affirmative. So it's just the process that is shady sometimes.
It is a process, and sometimes we fail to recognize or report these instances because it is difficult to say that the administrative head of these various courts, they are not aware of the shadow deals of their workers.
Yeah.
But they have to act. We have to act with evidence. How many persons are willing, as a legal practitioner, are you willing to report when injury to one is injury to all? You become blacklisted by the registrar. You find it difficult to access information that you need to in order to make your practice worth living. Because becoming a barrister is not enough. That it is the relationship you have with this person that makes you carry out your activities.
Yeah.
So when you're blacklisted, just like what they call a lecturer who makes undue advances on female students and one reports.
Yes.
You see that student failing across board.
Yes.
Because the registrars, the lecturers will feel, oh, you reported our colleague, let's see how you go. So those unnecessary, what the word I use now, that people get from trying to expose the ills of the society, is what is making us keep silent.
All right. Let me open the phone lines. All right. So for anyone who want to ask you a question before we wrap up and let you go, we have been speaking to LG Jamala Esquire and talking about bail conditions in criminal cases. I mean, it's been a build-up conversation from what bail is to the forms of bail and how it's acquired, how it's got, to what are the challenges that maybe a defendant faces in getting bail and all of that. We also did look at what surety is or who a surety is and the responsibilities that they have, and if there are certain situations where advantages could be given in meeting bail conditions. I mean, if you have any question to as to this topic, anyone at all concerning bail, you can call the number 0810-9510951. You can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, barrister.
Yeah, can you speak up? Can you speak up? Speak up, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Yes, quickly. They said bail is free. I go to the police station and all the activity you see there that bail is not free. Now, for example, if I'm being accused that I stole money and I'm taken to the police station by these people that are supposed to keep the law, which are the police people, they came and accused me that I stole money. And I'm being taken to the police station. And now they need to pay me. And they are in turn stealing money from me. Who will now arrest them?
All right. LG Jamala, did you get the question?
If you help me relate it to be better.
All right. He said, oh, bail is supposed to be free, but it isn't. So if he is arrested because he stole money and he's taken to the police station because he stole money, and these people, the police officers there, wanting to take money from him, who is responsible for their acts?
Whose act?
The act that they want to take money for bail.
You see, freedom generally comes with resistance. freedom generally comes with a fight. Freedom generally comes with the determination, self-determination to face the fight back of those who are oppressing you. Now, we have been oppressed by instruments and agencies of government. A few days ago, yesterday, we reported of some policemen who used their uniform to rob on the streets.
Yeah.
In the guise of providing security. Now, it took an individual to report that said crime, that said illegal activities of those
police officers,
disgruntled police officers to the police hierarchy, who painstakingly investigated and found out that complaint was meritorious.
Yes.
Now, if you have been arrested at the police and you insist on the right that bail is free, you will not pay any amount of money to anybody for you to go out. Then you should be prepared in the circumstance that you will spend 1 or 2, 3 days at the police custody, and at the worst, you'll be taken to court. But most times the fear is this. You may have been alleged to have committed the offense of stealing, which on the surface of it, it is a minor offense. It's not a capital offense.
Yeah.
And so ordinarily, you should not be scared of going to court, because the court will not blink twice to grant you bail. But because we are always afraid of the consequences that come to the resistance of oppression,
okay,
we find that willing to give in anything that will make us move away from environment, from that confinement.
Yeah.
So we see ourselves playing to the terms and conditions of our oppressors, being the security agents in the circumstance. So it is not an offense on your part that you refuse to give police money for bail.
All right.
Now, the fear is that most times the offense of stealing, by the time you get to court, the offense of stealing may have been changed to armed robbery, where the magistrate court will lack jurisdiction to entertain that particular charge and refer you to DPP. While the DPP is bringing their report, you are confined at the prison, waiting. And if you do not have somebody to walk around for you, you find yourself staying there as long as possible. Go to the prison correctional centers, where we have our persons wallowing in that facility for what they call awaiting trial.
Yeah.
So it is this practical knowledge and fears that makes persons say, instead of me not to release this little amount, I better pay. I don't know what these people... And the police will be bold enough to tell you, I will change your charge. So it is that fear they instill in us that makes us succumb and do their bidding. Don't want the police in the circumstances, their work is illegal, but who will punish them?
All right. Let's take this other call. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning, Ronald.
It's Queen. Good morning.
Oh, our Queen. Good morning, and your guest.
Yes, welcome.
This person from Igrita.
All right, go on, please. In minutes, please.
I want to ask a question, man. How did federal government know a corrupt past governor and the one that is not corrupt? Because, for example, now there is a man they call Ganduje. His parents gave him Ganduje. But a video that went viral makes Nigerians to call him Gandola. Up to today, EFCC have not invited him. Why is like that?
All right. Let's take this other call.
I don't think that is within the confines of our discussion.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome to Today FM. All right, that call dropped. 0810-951-0951. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
This is Honorable Chris.
All right, go on, please.
Oga, no, very good morning. In a situation where people unmask barge into your compound around 2 a.m. midnight, whisk away your brother, and you then asking them which station are you people coming from? They just track a gun, whisk him away like a criminal for over 2 months. They switch off the phone. If not that maybe I know more than them by tracking and other things, I can be able to locate the place. And up to that time, what they have been doing, according to the person, they will just siphoning money on their head. That's what they are doing. Every day they collect 10,000 naira per head as their feeding money. You go there, people locked up there, innocent youth in that place. Many people will know the place, OGRO. Why Nigerian police or why are the security agents, why are they behaving like this?
All right,
go
then.
there, people.
All right, then.
People,
You give a response to that so that we can take other calls. Did you hear him, Oji Jamala?
I heard about the issue of marksmen. Now, there is an agency of government by virtue of the job they perform for the society. Most times they come in the hooded form.
Okay.
And so, in fact, their actions are always covert. And so once you identify most of them, but sadly, some men of the street have also adopted that pattern in committing offenses, that criminal activity. That's why it's difficult to identify.
Yeah.
But once a police comes for arrest, the first thing you do, you ask, look at the police. Is there the name and the first number? If it is not there, ask them their name, their first number, which of the divisions are they coming from? You have to identify them. Ideally, in an ideal society, you have to identify them. Ask, they should tell you in clear terms the offense for which you are being asked to follow them for interview. Then they also inform you, you have the right to an attorney. They will also inform you, please tell the nearest person to you, this is where you are going. In an ideal society, not talking about, in few cases it happens in Nigeria. Like the last time they went to arrest Malami, Leonard Senior Advocate, he politely asked them, who is your leader? Can I see his ID card? And the person did, and that is the ideal situation. So it's to identify them. But for what they are doing,
that is a Malami. I mean, for someone who is not a Malami, do they care to give you responses like this sometimes or most times?
That is why I said in an ideal society, your status notwithstanding, this is the procedure that they should follow. But we know Nigerians, we abuse our offices by virtue of the powers vested in that offices, and that is why we see ourselves, those who have attained one position or the other, acting as though they are above the law.
All right,
but that is what ideal society respects, notwithstanding your class, your status, your educational qualifications. All men, by the principle of the rule of law, all men ought to be treated equally before the law. As all men are equal in the eyes of the law.
All right, this question says, good morning, Queen. I hope my question will not be out of your topic. Please ask the barrister, if a convict completes his term, are there other conditions he is required to meet before he is finally allowed to go home? Grandma Charity.
No. Where a convict has convicted his term, meaning you are sentenced to imprison for 5 years.
Yeah.
And there are 3 counts that we have found guilty, and those terms were to run concurrently.
Yeah.
Once you complete your 5 year by the calendar of law, 5 years that by the calendar of law, there is no further conditions placed except for the head, whoever that's in charge of administrative procedures to sign your release form. That's all.
All right. Let's see if we can wrap up with this call. Welcome to Today FM.
Good morning, Barrister and Queen.
Good morning.
Please, can women effect bail? I'm Charity for Chapter.
Effects bill. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I heard that clearly. Now, it used to be the practice of some security agencies that women cannot stand shorty for bail.
Okay.
The court have held in a plethora of cases. That is against also the provisions of our laws as provided in Chapter 4, freedom not to be discriminated by virtue of sex, color, tribe, or whatsoever. So once a woman appears to have met the conditions as placed by the agency or by the court, nothing stops a woman from Section 42, right to freedom from discrimination. Nothing stops a woman from standing as a shorty in bail. I've seen several of them stand. Like there's this a client of mine who was arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Agencies, and it was a woman that stood for a shorty.
All right. We just have less than 3 minutes to wrap up, but this question says, if a judgment is given against the state and a financial compensation is required to be paid to the victim, if the state refuses to pay, what should be done?
There is a procedure to go about, and I don't think we can discuss that within the available 3 minutes.
All right, so let's wrap up.
There is a procedure to the extent of having the consent of the Attorney General to sign before it's released for you. So it is a long
process. All right,
activities to follow.
All right, let's wrap up with this. What are the basics that you think people should know about bail?
The basics that we should know about bail. No, one, bail is a sovereign right. Two, bail is at the discretion of the court. You must the condition as placed by the agency or the court. And you must apply time.
Okay, can you say that again, please? The line was breaking. What's one thing or the things every Nigerian should know about bail and their legal rights? Basics. Can you say that again, please?
Number one, bail is as of right. Two, bail at the discretion of the court. Three, you must satisfy the conditions as may be placed by either the court or the agencies in concern. Then four, you must apply timeously, and you must adduce your reasons while you think you should be granted bail.
All right. Thank you so much, LG Jamala Esquire. Thank you so much for coming on the show, The Law Today. Quite appreciated.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Do have a lovely week.
You too. Have a fantastic weekend. All right. All right, thank you so much for staying. And if we're not able to take your call, maybe we'll pick up this conversation some other time and also follow through with some questions that you may have to ask. I mean, one thing you should have maybe at the back of your mind are the basics that my guest LG Jamala did mention, and that you should also know that bail is not about declaring someone innocent. It's about balancing individual liberty with the interests of justice. And we hope that some of these processes, shady processes in meeting bail conditions, or in the bail system, especially when we're talking administrative bail or police bail, we hope that we someday see an end to it. All right, thank you. That's our show, The Law Today. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning. Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. It was supposed to run from the 15th to the 23rd. From 15, it was adjusted. The House of Representatives was adjusted to today, Saturday. All right, to follow up with that report. But let's just come back to family circle. Yes, which is what the show is. My name is Queen Chima, and I heard a story yesterday that is fueling this conversation. It's not new. It's not the first time that you may have even heard of a story like this, where gender-based violence within the home, in the home front. And we're asking this morning how families can heal, protect victims, rebuild trust when abuse is discovered among relatives or people closely connected to the family. Because in many homes today, cases of gender-based violence and sexual abuse continue to surface, with women and young girls often being the most vulnerable. Now, recently, disturbing report, I'm going to give you the gist, emerged of a young girl allegedly being repeatedly abused by men in the household, in that family where she worked and was expected to feel safe. So in such situation, what would you advise be done when abuse happens within a family setting or among trusted individuals? How can families cope emotionally, mentally, legally once the truth comes to light, right? So as I highlight the story for you, so I can get your perspective. We can get your perspective on this, right? It's it's basically you talking about this and also highlighting what you think can be done. And if there are instances that you have noticed, maybe not just noticed, but instances that you were aware of firsthand and how it was handled, maybe it can be talked about. You know, when it has to do with sexual abuse cases, it's very sensitive, extremely sensitive, because victims most times don't talk about it. They just live in the pain of that experience for as long as it happens, except it comes to limelight. Sometimes nobody ever knows till forever. And because it's family circle, and in the family we have situations where you have the father, you have the mother, you have children, and there just could be maybe this person who comes to stay with that family as what people generally call house help, house, some say house girl, house boy, or this is my help, or this is person assisting me with my children. Now, I heard a story yesterday, and I'm going to just paint the story as clearly as I heard it, and I'll get your thoughts, because family is not also just father, mother, children. I mean biological children. Whoever you bring into your home and incorporate into your home is expected that that person becomes family. That is what is expected. Although we see cases where people treat these people who are not biologically related to them differently. I mean, it's so obvious. You can just spot out a girl who came from the village, possibly, or a girl whose mother sent her to stay with another woman, or even the boy. Yes, because we're not going to leave our boys. When we talk about gender-based violence, we're not going to leave our boys at all. Yes, report has it that girls are highly affected, females are highly affected. But I was watching a video on YouTube where a young man, now he's in his 40s, a man, let's put it that way. Well, 40s say they are young, but it's fine. Said he was molested by an older teenager when he was how old? So boys still go through this violence, sexual violence. They do. We don't have a lot of organizations speaking out for the boy child. We're beginning to see that happen, because even a lot of attention needs to be paid to the boy child as much as it's being paid to the girl child, who is generally regarded as vulnerable, as soft, as delicate, right? Females not having a lot of capacity to protect themselves. But there are boys who go through this. But back to the story. So the girl was staying with this family, and how she was spotted by her teacher, who noticed that she was always sleeping in class. And on this particular day, the teacher asked her why she was sleeping, and she said she had a long night. And he said, long night doing what? She said it was just a long night. So because he understood that most of the children there live with people who are not their parents, so maybe working, it happens consistently. So the teacher paid a little more attention, asking her, why are you just always sleeping in class? So do you do chores from night to morning? Maybe if you do this on Saturdays or Sundays, maybe Wednesdays will be different, maybe Tuesdays may be different, or even a Monday. But no, that was not the situation of things for this young girl. And then somehow the teacher got her closer, and she said, can I trust you and can I talk to you? A situation that is very rare, because when people are subjected to a position of pain, they get used to pain that it may be difficult to let out whatever's happening to them. But in this case, the girl was able to speak out. She was able to talk about what was happening, and telling the man, the male teacher, said, I live with a woman and her husband. The woman is a matron, and every time she goes on the night shift, her husband abuses me sexually almost from morning, or rather night till morning, so I barely sleep. So the male teacher said it was too much for his ears to handle, so he called a female teacher to tell her that see what this girl is saying. I mean, since you're female, and then we have structures in the school that can handle things like this, please take up the matter. And now the girl did not just reveal that that's what's happening, that it was not, she said it was not just the man, it was also I think the man's brother, or the wife's brother too, who had noticed that something like that was happening, with the man threatening her, saying, I'm going to tell your boss, which is the wife, and also started taking turns on her. So you have two people sexually abusing the girl in the home. Now, this may sound heavy for your ears, but it pretty much happens here. It pretty much happens. Some cases go unreported, some go reported. We've had cases where we've brought founders and leaders of NGOs, especially female gender-based violence and non-governmental organizations. There was this particular story told by a woman last year where she said the girl even got pregnant. There was this other one where she said the girl even contracted HIV. I mean, a lot of stories. The fact that they are not told does not mean that they don't happen. They're not told as much because, like I said, it's a very sensitive matter. But this is Family Circle, and we must handle everything related to the family, or we must try to bring these conversations and talk about them. And it became really intense. That I'll tell you another story. I mean, just to buttress this point, that it happened somewhere in one of the states that I was in. A girl calls in and says that her stepfather was molesting her sexually, and sadly she had aborted two babies because she got pregnant for him, aborted. So these are some silent evil happening in families. There are not a lot of other angles to even point to that happen, that maybe the mother is not aware or the father is not aware. I mean, if it's the man perpetrating the evil, most likely the woman is not aware. If it's the woman perpetrating, most likely the man is not aware, or any other person in that household and perpetrating this evil. It's done in secret. It's a secret thing. So how can families manage things like so? Take for instance, right? In that situation, you see that it's being exposed. I mean, that abuse has been exposed in that family setting. How can families cope emotionally, mentally and legally once the truth comes to light. Or maybe we can leave out the aspect of the legal aspects. We could have that conversation some other time on the law today. But maybe if you're a lawyer listening, you can give a legal stance point to that. But because I don't have any lawyer, I might not want to go there. Let's just do it mentally, the emotional dealing and the mental dealing of this. If you found out that your husband was doing something like that to a girl that you brought home, or the both of you brought home, what would you do? Right? If you found out that your wife was doing something like that with a boy that you brought home, or the both of you brought home to help, what would you do? And how does this impact families? How does this impact families? That's the conversation we're having this morning on Family Circle. Very sensitive, I know, but then these things happen, and let's talk about it. Right? The question is, how can things like this be handled in a family setting? And how can children be further protected? Some people say even your own children protect from their own fathers or from their own mothers, right? That's a very extreme situation too, right? So how can this protection happen in a family setting? 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. That's the number that you can call, or you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. It's a Family Circle on Today 95.1 FM. We're looking at gender-based violence within the home. How can families heal, protect victims, and rebuild trust when abuse is discovered among relatives or people closely connected to the family? Welcome to Family Circle.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Kindly speak up, please.
Yes, this is Mr. Anthony from PH.
Welcome, Mr. Anthony.
And a lot of crazy things are happening in families now. In my own family, there was once I caught a so-called uncle that came in to misbehave with my sister's daughter.
Okay.
I descended on him and finally is in police custody as I speak. Look, this thing is getting out of hand. If we don't do something about it, let's start it from the closest. Those big men that call themselves big men and they are disgrace to real men, they should scrutinize such a people and set them as an example. Let them be caught straight up. They said open rebuke is better than secret love. My own opinion, let that talk be talked out. Let them be exposed so that the nearest person, the closest person that was about doing it might get afraid. Let not condone it. That is my take.
All right, so exposure is what you encourage. Like it should be exposed. All right, 0810 9510 951. You can call that number, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. It's Today 95.1 FM and it's Family Circle. We're looking at how gender-based violence in the family can be handled. How can it be handled? Is it possible to rebuild trust when abuse is discovered among relatives or people closely connected to the family? Because in many homes we see this happen, right? If this abuse happens within a family setting or among trusted individuals, how can families cope emotionally, mentally, and once the truth comes to light? I mean, we just heard this sad story that this man, the young man who just called the first caller, shared, and it's really sad. But this happens, really, truly happens, right? So what can be done? What can be done if this is discovered in a family? What exactly can change in that family? Right, 0810-9510-951. Then you can send a text message to 0701-9339-962. What can be done? If your child, I mean, there are people whose children are most protected from anything violent, and then there's someone else who is there going through the pain. Now, it may not even be sexual. I mean, because we're talking sexual this morning, sometimes it's even around labor. At the hard work that some children, it would baffle you, so young, have to put in a family, while the other children are relaxing. And so there's just this one person carrying the whole burden, not being paid, basic taking care of the child, just basic. Sometimes not even attending the schools that the other children attend, and they're expected to work and work and work so much until they're exhausted. And the exhaustion is coming from the excess work or the labor that's given to that child. Well, you may not be able to discourage entirely parents from sending their children or wards to go live with other people. I mean, this is what poverty causes. How some people use this as a way to sustain their families, even send their children and they're taking salaries, and the child is there working or they're taking the salary. But when it comes to a family setting, I mean, a child comes to stay with another family, and in a case where that child is being sexually abused, whether girl or boy, sexually abused, and up to the point where it gets exposed, what can be done in that kind of setting? What do you think should be done? If the wife finds out, what should she do? If the husband finds out, what can he do? Welcome to Today FM.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Collins.
Welcome, Collins.
It's such a sensitive topic that you have today. And I think it would have been better you have, a specialist, talk to us about this. But the little that I can say with regard to this is our young people, I mean our young ones, should be listening to radio, because if you are on radio, they will hear things like this instead of just being on social, scrolling up and down. I grew up living with uncles and the wife. Even though there is anything happening, at least my uncle is aware. Hello?
Collins, I can hear you. Go on, please.
Yes. So my uncle is aware. At least he is aware. So in a situation where, for maybe I'm going out to work and then maybe my wife is the one managing the house, and then when you come back, there is a way you will look down at the house. There's a way you will observe things, and then you will know certainly either maybe me, the man, I'm doing something wrong, or the man will notice that the woman is doing something wrong, And then the aspect of how do we manage it, how do we take it out? Number one is if I'm the one that heard something like that, number one is to find a way to remove the victim, be it girl or boy. I know most instances it's always girls that always fall victim of this. Remove the victim first. Make sure that that victim has 100% security, because like you said, the story you gave, the girl was able to tell the teacher because the teacher showed care. So you remove, not that the person will go back home to that same place. Number one is let us find a way to remove the person, because if I'm the one entering into that issue, I should be, make myself able to accommodate and then don't now close it. Close it, I mean, is when you are removing the person, not just taking the person to the parents back and say, oh, this is what we discovered, oh, let's go the distance. If we are going to now put that person in a hotel where psychologically it will be managed, and all that things, because, it's a very deep thing. It's a very, very deep thing. There are a whole lot of people that are now sexually active because they started, from, things like this. So I think maybe as you are talking, like you said, if a lawyer or somebody too that is experienced in this angle can actually talk to us. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts. I mean, that was a good suggestion. If you listen when I started earlier, I said that while we continue the conversation with and from an angle of professionalism and seeking professional advice, next week would have Harriet Ojegba give that her opinion from a counselor and therapist perspective. On the law today, we may look at the legal perspective to this. We have had a conversation like this sometime last year, but we're going to try and do that this year. I took the angle of how families can heal emotionally, rebuild trust in situations like this. I mean, that's an angle that I took. And then I also asked if you've heard stories like this, if you've had experience like this, you can share, which made the first caller call and talk about the experience that he had and how the perpetrator is in police custody. Right. As sensitive as this is, it happens, right? It happens sometimes, just quiet about these stories or stories like this, but you look around you, it just pretty much happens. And so apart all of the intricacies and how delicate it can be to protect the victim, to do this for the family, how does the family handle, right? The family, that's the question. How does the family handle a discovery as this? And I asked that question. If you were a man and you found out this that your wife does, what would you do? How would you handle it? If you were a woman and you find out that your husband is perpetrating this kind of evil, what would you do? And what will be the emotional health of that family? How can trust be? What would happen to trust? What would happen to the health, the overall health of that family? That's the angle that I've been taking it and asking questions on. Welcome to Today FM.
Auntie.
All right, keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call, or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Right, 0701-9339962. Because those times where a particular partner decides to hide and pretend like something like that never happens. You've heard of cases like that? Welcome to Today FM. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Hello, my name is Praise God. I have not received the card you promised.
Oh, goodness. That's the child that Rona promised the card in the morning. Oh, praise God. Thank you for calling. Don't worry. I remind Rona, right? I'm sure she should have, or maybe something happened. She'll send it. Thank you so much. 0810-9510-951. Welcome. All right, thank God I heard you, right? Don't worry, you get your recharge card. 0810-9510-951. It's Family Circle on Today 95.1 FM. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. That's the number that you can send a text message to. What's the question again? When abuse happens with a family setting or among trusted individuals, how can families cope emotionally, mentally, once the truth comes to light? Right, that's the angle taking it this morning. How can families cope emotionally, mentally, once the truth comes to light? If you have, and you may want to share, if you have experienced something like that as a family, maybe as a father or as a mother, even if you may want to stay anonymous, how were you able to handle that situation? How were you able to handle it? That's the question I'm asking this morning, right, on Family Circle. And is it even a very hard situation? Yes, we can argue that it is, or it actually is a hard situation, but is it one that families even ever come out of? Is it one that families ever come out from? I mean, begin to heal from the betrayal, the trauma, the shame, the stigma? Is it one that they come out from? Is it? The last caller talked about how someone he was with creates a safe environment, right? A safe environment so that people can be talked to. So, how can parents create this safe home? Encourage open conversations, protect children from vulnerable persons, from sexual abuse. How can that be done? Zero 951. So we're just going to look at some of the tips, right? I mean, if you're not practicing this in your home, you want to look at this and practice it. I mean, these tips can help you build safer, healthy, and emotional stable homes, because this can also help you discover what's happening in your home that you may not even know about, especially if you can practice them. If you're not, these days where parents are very busy, the husband is busy, the mother is busy, the mother may not know entirely what's happening, neither does the man know entirely what's happening in the home, which is not supposed to be, which isn't supposed to be the norm. So if you encourage open communication, you create an environment where children, teenagers, and adults can speak freely without fear or shame, then it would help. Like, how can you achieve this? Regular family conversations matter. Listen without immediately judging or blaming. Listening is really key. And teaching children, plus that one that you say is not your child, still your child because the person is living in your house, that it is okay to report uncomfortable behavior. Teach them. Sometimes children need to begin to learn boundaries from an early stage, healthy boundaries. I know of a father who said, tells the daughter, don't sit on any man's laps. Oh, uncle is here, you run and go and sit on. No, don't. So, and explain why. Or the day you do, and then anything is, or someone calls you to a secret place, talk about it. Because if children don't understand what personal space is, consent is, inappropriate touching, and the importance of speaking up, they likely will fall victim or become victims of things like this. So sex education is important. It gets to a point where your children begin to ask you very funny questions, and then you're laughing and saying, how did they know? Why are they asking? That means it's time for the child to know, because there's something that has exposed the child to that information. And if the child can trust you enough to ask you innocently, because I think sometimes most of these questions are innocent from the children, but the parents magnify it, make it look complex. Like, oh, why are you asking this question? Where did you find out from? What did you watch? Who told you? And all of those questions, the child begins to understand that it's even a big deal. Meanwhile, it's just helping the child understand the difference between bad and evil, bad and good. Then some people protect abusers because of family reputation. This is a very sensitive and very complex conversation. Would expand on it until we exhaust it. Protect them because of family reputation. I've heard a situation. Oh, if I say, what would happen? What would happen? Right? Because it should never be hidden. Like the last caller said, the victim should be protected first. Very important. And seeking professional legal help is very important too. And for a mother, maybe this may be a lot of responsibility for you, because you want to monitor domestic arrangements, especially living arrangements. Those times that you have to leave children alone with maybe the opposite sex, maybe females with the opposite sex or males with the opposite sex. So how do you monitor? How do you ensure that there are those physical living arrangements that create enough boundaries? That can help. So respect, teaching children respect too is important. And maybe this is why family is so delicate, because as a father or as a mother, you must want to learn how to pay attention to warning signs when a child is suddenly withdrawing. We've heard our guests mention this a couple of times on the show. When a child is displaying some level of fearfulness, unusual silence, aggressive behavior, depression, emotional changes, especially with vulnerable persons. Or you just see that child who's always active, just suddenly withdrawing, staying quiet. Those are signs that may be indicating abuse, or that something much more is wrong. Maybe emotional abuse, emotional distress, physical abuse too. Because some people just hit them like they want to kill them and tell them not to say anything. The child suddenly grows quiet and cold, right? If you're able to build a culture of safety at home, a safe home where every child feels respected, really respected, then it would help. It would really help control what happens in the family. No family is without problems. I mean, so when we talk about these problems, because of how delicate it is, it becomes cold. Everyone is calm and quiet about it. But yeah, we do have families. We have families where this happens. We have families where children are exposed to terrible situations like this. And some families, even someone may be listening to me now, and they decide to cover everything because of reputation. And I hope that child gets justice. I hope that child really, truly gets justice, and not just dismissed like a common thief, or like someone who, some people say, oh, the child did this or the child did that. We don't want the child staying with us again. Damaged mentally and emotionally. And like the last caller said, some people got exposed got exposed sexually from situations like this. Never planned it, but it happened. Family must learn to protect not just its own, but even that which is not her own or directly her own. There are some families where if they tell you that a child is adopted, you would never believe. And I think that's what love and family should be like, where you cannot identify an outsider who you have integrated. You on your own have integrated the person into your family, but somehow someone can identify that, oh no, this person is sure different from every other person. Then that's not a family. And it shows in a lot of ways, in their clothing. Some people, even in the food that they give to some of these people, the food, the places they take their kids are different, the school is different. It's just a number of things that just states it clearly that, oh no, this person isn't a part of us, this person is like this person is that, and then it just becomes a calm situation for this person. So family may not stay away from problems, or may always have its unique problems. However, a lot can be done. A lot can be done differently to ensuring that the family system works as exactly as it should. Because you always remember that the family, our society, is because of the kind of families that we have. If I know better, I would do better. If I was taught better, I would do better. If you were taught better, you would do better. If you knew better, then you would do better. So if you never had that opportunity to do it well, now that you are starting yours, make up your mind to put in the work and do it well. I know that it's really challenging these days for parents. I mean, some parents have to juggle jobs, business, or morning till evening so that you can put food on the table of your kids. And so you don't really have a lot of time, or you don't pay a lot of attention to your children. So you relegate that responsibility to someone else, and you don't even monitor, you don't know exactly what's happening in the home front. and it can be really challenging. Sometimes it gets so bad, and then you ask yourself, how did this happen? How you blame yourself 100%. You say, okay, I work, I work, I want to put food on the table, I want to support the man, but the man is busy doing this with someone, or the woman is busy doing this with someone. And so if you're listening right now and you're a child, whether 18 and above, and you have been experiencing any sort of sexual abuse, like there's the man in that house sexually abusing you, there's someone you can trust and talk to. Just someone. Look around, think about it well. Could be a teacher, it could be a spiritual leader, it could be a neighbor who you admire and trust. Maybe look for someone mature. Please speak up. Please speak up. Try to talk to someone. That's how you can get help, at least. All right, thank you so much for tuning in to Family Circle on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, some are caused by virus, some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body system for quite a very long period of time. In some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wounds. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. Challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most attempts, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen. And at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for a certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent health care giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Kotliman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.